Hey, good morning, everyone. It's Carlos, aka CJ. Hopefully, everyone's having a great day so far. Today is Saturday, April the 25th. And as we're waiting for the program to begin with the Schiller Institute's International Online Conference, Mankind's Existence Now Depends on the Establishment of a New Paradigm, just want to thank Helga Zepp LaRouche and also Harley Schlanger. Again, make sure to check out their work as they work to build bridges across the new paradigm that's being built out. And I think their work is important. That's why we support their work. So you can go to the Schiller Institute.com to learn about their work there. Great articles, videos in regards to forward thinking in terms of what that new paradigm potentially could look like. Also, jump over to LaRouche Pack and check out the work that they do there at LaRouche Pack. Harley Schlanger is featured there. I think he does a morning podcast. Hey, good morning, everyone. Say hello to people. I don't like when I need to go back here, just make sure it doesn't start. I'm not sure what the holdup is. We know sometimes there's a fairly significant large conference, so perhaps we're just waiting for more people to be seated, all that kind of good stuff. But let's see here. So Brian, good morning. We also have Golden Burks, drink with vitamin C. Absolutely. Do the C and D every morning, regardless. What's up, Ray? Good morning. Hopefully everything's going well with you. The weather here in the Midwest has been beautiful the past couple of days. That's been just, nice, sunny, blue skies. And I'm excited to hear what they're going to have to say. Also, Craig, good morning. Hopefully everything's going well with you and in your family. Hopefully everyone has some fun events planned for this weekend, like getting outside the house, for example. We'll refresh this one more time. Okay, yeah, no, it hasn't started yet. I'm not sure what the holdup is. Hari, good morning, Hari. How are you? Good to see all the regulars starting to roll in here. Yulia, hello from Israel. Joseph, good morning, Joseph. At work now, yeah. As you can see, I'm doing a little bit of work as well, but I actually enjoy these conferences. I'm excited to hear what they have to say, and I think through this, the currents, the COVID-19 and everything that's involved, it presents a very unique opportunity as well. If we think through this and navigate it carefully, I think it's kind of shared a lot. And I know that personally, I've spent some time just, with family, with friends, thinking through this shift that's occurring. And I firmly believe, and I'm not the first one to say this, I probably took it from someone that, COVID-19 was the great accelerator of this new paradigm and this transformation that we're going through. I know here in the stateside, here in the United States, what I would like to see is for us to start beginning the process to really rethink government, to assess the role of the federal government and what it stands for. And I think it's a great question to ask, that where we see, okay, it's beginning now. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. Make sure the audio is on. Taking it full screen for you. So, all right, here we go. The audio is turned on. Hey, Sanusi, sure. Just write this down. If anyone needs my contact information, it's CJ, Charlie June, and that's at roguenews.com. CJ at roguenews.com. Just drop me an email. It's hard to stay up on messages. It's, between all the platforms, whether it's Facebook Messenger, the Twitter messaging, the LinkedIn messaging.
Hello, my name is Dennis Speed, and on behalf of the Schiller Institute, I want to welcome everyone today to today's conference. It's being broadcast all over the world. Our conference is being translated into many languages. Spanish, Chinese, German, French, Italian. And we welcome our international audience and thank the translators very much. Today's conference is called Mankind's Existence Now Depends on the Establishment of a New Paradigm. And I'd like to first welcome and announce our speakers for this morning's panel, which is called The Urgent Need to Replace Geopolitics with a New Paradigm in International Relations. Our first and keynote speaker will be Helga Sepp LaRouche, the founder and chairman of Schiller Institute. His Excellency, Mr. Dmitry Polyansky, First Deputy Permanent Representative of the Permanent Mission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations. Ambassador Huang Peng, Consul General of the People's Republic of China in New York. As well, Counselor Zhou Gaolin, Head of the Science and Technology Section of the Consulate General of the People's Republic of China in New York. Jacques Cheminade, Chairman of Solidarity and Progress and former French presidential candidate, and Professor Michele Garacci, an economist from Italy. "75 years ago today, April 25th, 1945, Russian and American troops met at the Elbe River in Germany. This signaled the end of the Second World War in Europe. The post-war world, as envisioned by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was a world that would be free of British and other colonial rule. But that was not to be. Roosevelt's death on April 12, 1945, allowed the British and other imperial powers to downshift history. From 1945, Lyndon LaRouche, a veteran of the Second World War, vowed that, in the words of the poet Friedrich Schiller, "A purpose which higher reason hath conceived, which men's afflictions urge, 10,000 times defeated may never be abandoned." Lyndon LaRouche's post-war experience in witnessing the Indian independence movement gripped him. He decided to commit his life to achieving that FDR dream of a world free of colonialism. But Lyndon LaRouche also realized that to end imperial rule, what Winston Churchill had once called the empire of the mind must be defeated. LaRouche regarded Lord Bertrand Russell's idea of scientific method to be as evil as were his ideas about society and humanity. Russell espoused ideas like this: if a Black Death could be spread throughout the world once in every generation, survivors could procreate freely without making the world too full. LaRouche, opposing such a Malthusian view, wrote hundreds of documents over 5 decades that proved that there were no limits to growth. Limits were only in the human mind. Alexander Hamilton's design of the United States Treasury's power to issue public credit for investment in the nation's physical improvement expressed the same outlook. In 1985, Lyndon LaRouche produced a report entitled Economic Breakdown and the Threat of Global Pandemics. This forecast that the Malthusian financial policies of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund would lower the resistance of populations worldwide, leading to pandemics and the deaths of millions. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, a LaRouche dialogue with many nations to avoid and avert that disaster, and most notably China, resulted in the issuance of this report, the Eurasian Land Bridge, the New Silk Road. Helga Sepp LaRouche visited several nations on behalf of this proposal, and it was a diplomacy of development, not geopolitics. In a public talk in 1997, LaRouche made these remarks regarding why China and the United States are natural allies in the pursuit of world economic development.
The Congress does not represent the United States. They're not quite sure who they do represent these days, since they haven't visited their voters recently. The president is institutionally the embodiment of the United States in international relations. The State Department can't do that. The Justice Department can't do it. No other department can do it. Only the President of the United States under our Constitution can represent the United States as an entity. Its entire personality, its true interest, its whole people. Now, there's only one other power on this planet which can be so insolent as that toward other powers, and that's the Republic of China. China is engaged presently in a great infrastructure building project in which my wife and others have had an ongoing engagement over some years. There's a great reform in China, which is a troubled reform. They're trying to solve a problem. That doesn't mean there is no problem, but they're trying to solve it. Therefore, if the United States, so the President of the United States and China, participate in fostering that project, sometimes called the Silk Road Project, sometimes the Land Bridge Project. If that project of developing development corridors across Eurasia, into Africa, into North America, is extended, that project is enough work to put this whole planet into an economic revival. So that what we have here is a set of projects which are not just transportation projects like the transcontinental railroads of the United States, which was the precedent for this idea back in the late 1860s and 1870s. But you have development corridors where you develop on an area of 50 to 70 kilometers either side of your rail link, your pipeline, so forth. You develop this area with industry, with mining, with all these kinds of things, which is the way you pay for a transportation link. Because of all the rich economic activity, every few kilometers of distance along this link, there's something going on, some economic activity. People working, people building things, people doing things. To transform this planet in great projects of infrastructure building, which will give you the great industries, the new agriculture, and the other things we desperately need. There is no need for anybody on this planet who's able to work to be out of work. That's simple. And that project is the means. If the nations which agree with China, which now includes Russia, Iran, India, other nations, if they engage in a commitment to that project, which they're building every day, if the United States, that is the President of the United States, Clinton, continues to support that effort as he's been doing, at least politically, then what do you have? You have the United States and China and a bunch of other countries ganged up together against the greatest power on this planet, which is the British Empire, called the British Commonwealth. That's the enemy. And if on one bright day, say a Sunday morning after a weekend meeting, the President of the United States, the President of China, and a few other people say, we have determined this weekend, based on our advisors and the facts, that the international financial and monetary system is hopelessly bankrupt. And we, in our responsibility as heads of state, must put these bankrupt institutions into bankruptcy reorganization in the public interest. And it is in our interest to cooperate as nations in doing this, to avoid creating chaos on this planet. The result then is that such an announcement on a bright Sunday morning will certainly spin the talking heads on Washington TV.
LaRouche's view of China from 23 years ago has much to teach us today. Here's another excerpt from a speech 10 years after what you've just seen, which was done in 2007, describing the LaRouche proposal for a new international monetary system.
Is we have to create a new monetary system, and what I proposed is this: that if the United States, and this is not impossible, if the United States should extend a proposal to Russia, to China, and to India to co-sponsor the formation of a new international monetary financial order, that could be done. The problem is that most nations, such as those of Western and Central Europe and other parts of the world, are not able to independently act in this way, to initiate. However, if you get the United States and Russia, which are two of the largest nations of the developed world, formerly developed world, and you combine that with China and India, which are the two Asian nations which represent the largest ration of population of the world's population, then you have a combination which can provide a protective cover for joint action together with the nations of South America, for example, and Europe and elsewhere. We have now an incalculable crisis worldwide in progress. This is not a financial crisis. This is not a financial scandal as such. This is not a scandal of any ordinary sense. This is a crisis to see who is going to run the world. Is it going to be a group of nations, or is it going to be the emerging new British Empire, or the re-emergent British Empire, which really never went away, which takes over from the United States and establishes its world rule through globalization? Therefore, what we have to do is this. The present world international monetary financial system is bankrupt. There is no way in which it could be reformed on its own terms and survive. Any attempt to maintain this system would mean a complete disintegration into a new dark age comparable to what Europe experienced during the 14th century, with the collapse of some of the Lombard banks in Italy at that time. That would happen. Therefore, the solution is to establish a new international monetary financial system. That can be done on the basis of the U.S. Constitution's special provisions. Remember, the U.S. system is not a monetarist system. The U.S. system constitutionally is based on a credit system based on the constitutional authority of the United States government over the control, utterance and control of its own money. In other parts of the world, countries' financial systems have been controlled largely under the Anglo-Dutch liberal system, in which this system, through its network of private banks, so-called central banks, actually dictates and controls governments. So we've had an imperial world monetary financial system, which has been traditionally centered on the British Empire, essentially ever since 1763, February 1763. Against that, the only system which is surviving of any great significance today as the alternative is the constitutional provisions of the U.S. Constitution, which establishes the U.S. dollar as a credit mechanism of the U.S. government. That is, under our system, when it's operating, and it has not always operated that way, obviously, under our system, we generate credit through a vote in the Congress, especially the House of Representatives. The President of the United States then acts upon that authority of this federal law to utter currency as credit against the United States itself. Now, the chief function of this credit is not just to print money. The function of this credit is to supply capital funds for long-term capital investments, especially in the public sector, but spilling over into the private sector. In the public sector, large-scale infrastructure projects for the states as well as the federal government. This credit generally extends for a life period of 25 to 50 years in terms of modern economy. Therefore, we have a present world monetary financial system which does not function. However, if the United States affirms its constitution and enters into agreement with 3 other sponsoring major countries and other countries, then we can create a new international monetary financial system immediately, putting the entire existing system into bankruptcy reorganization to maintain the continuity of essential functions and to start a program of actual net economic growth and development. The hard core of this, or the long-term, would be long-term investment in basic economic infrastructure and development of the economies of various parts of the world. A cooperative set of treaty agreements of 25 to 50 years duration to create capital formation to bring the world up in the way that Roosevelt had intended had he lived at the end of the war. Therefore, the United States must be reformed in the way consistent with its own constitution by offering cooperation with other countries, especially leading countries, to establish a new world system a new version of the old Bretton Woods system, which would provide for a recovery programs of over 25 to 50 years of long-term investment throughout the world as a whole.
Now, 13 years later, Lyndon LaRouche's vision for the United States and for the world must become a reality. We all over the world stand simultaneously on the precipice both of disaster and of the greatest potential in human history. We're one human race, tied together in this, whether we like it or not. Now more than ever, Lyndon LaRouche's wise words and his passion for solving great problems is needed. There's an idea, a principle in drama, which Friedrich Schiller used, called the punctum saliens. It is an idea with which the keynote speaker for today's panel is very familiar. The whole of civilization is now at a crossroads, and only from the higher realm of art, which is the same region from which true statecraft comes, can the promise of a durable future proceed. That has been the life's preoccupation of our keynote speaker, and it's always an honor for me to introduce the founder and chairman of the Schiller Institute, Helga Sepp-LaRouche.
I'm greeting all of you who are watching this internet conference from all over the world. And I think you are all aware that the human species right now is confronted with an unprecedented crisis, which not only threatens the cost of many millions of people through illness and hunger, to sweep away many of the institutions which people thought to be granted until now, and to throw large parts of the world into a new dark age, including culturally, but it also can lead to a thermonuclear war that could potentially wipe out all of humanity. This crisis is far more reaching than the 14th century, when the plague wiped out 1/3 of the people from India to Iceland. It is more serious than the Great Depression of the 1930s, because it could potentially destroy more economic substance. And if war breaks out, it will be definitely more consequential than the wars of the 20th century, because in all likelihood, if it breaks out, it would involve nuclear weapons. Due to globalization and the internationalization of many systems, including the internet, nuclear weapons, we are all sitting in one boat. And unlike in previous epochs, when one part of the planet was prospering and another one was collapsing, this time there will be no partial solution. More than ever before in our history, we as a community, as one mankind, are challenged to agree on new principles that can guarantee the long-term fitness of mankind to survive. This is the point of this conference. How can we identify the causes of this crisis, eliminate them, and open a new chapter in universal history that leads our existence out of geopolitical confrontation into an atmosphere of a level of reason that befits the identity of mankind as a creative species? Some people may wonder why, in the middle of a pandemic and the financial crisis, I'm also bringing up the question and the danger of nuclear war. Because the outrageous and malicious attacks and accusations against China made by the British Secret Service MI5 and MI6 and their propaganda outfits, the Henry Jackson Society of London, the Atlantic Council, and the various cluster agents on both sides of the Atlantic, blaming China for the COVID-19 pandemic because it supposedly either delayed the information about it or even used biological warfare against the West. This comes down to an outward building of an enemy image for war. The insolence with which the Henry Jackson Society, the hardcore of the liberal neocons and the British War Party on both sides of the Atlantic, is demanding billions of dollars in compensation can only be seen as a provocation designed to prepare the ground for a strategic showdown. That is the hysterical but ultimately desperate reaction of an empire that realizes that it's all over, and that the world will never again return to the already unraveling strategic orientation of an unipolar world, the so-called Washington Consensus, and the, quote, rules-based order that it was able to maintain, at least as a facade, until the outbreak of COVID-19. The calculations of the war party were wrong. It hastily declared the end of history following the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was also linked to the illusion that China had only to be given membership in the WTO in order to automatically develop into a British-style liberal democracy, and that all other countries would be transformed into Western democracies via regime change policy, either through color revolution or interventionist wars. China's unique world historical cultural achievement, that of not only lifting 850 million of its own people out of poverty, but also for the first time giving developing countries with the new Silk Road a perspective to overcome colonial policy and which is still implemented to this day by the IMF, as well as the poverty it caused, was met with disbelieving horror by the various mouthpieces of the British Empire. After the Western media had ignored the largest infrastructure in history for about 4 years, attacks on so-called autocratic regimes like Russia, China, and others were suddenly escalated by the same media which have profiled themselves since 2015 in the witch hunt against President Trump in collusion with the coup attempt of the British Secret Service. But once the figures were released in March and April showed that China had not only been able to crush the pandemic more effectively, but also overcome the economic consequences of the crisis much more easily than the Western countries, which the privatization of the health sector had left totally unprepared for the pandemic, the tone towards China became very shrill. The rules-based order of Western democracies, the only, quote, democratic legitimacy, has been shaken for a long time, and it now threatens to collapse while Beijing is pursuing a strategy of unrestricted warfare, it was claimed. The fact of the matter is that the liberal system of the British Empire has failed with a bang. But that does not mean that the forces allied with the empire cannot still inflict enormous damage in their agony, for example, by instigating a world war. It is high time to rectify the names, as Confucius would say. If the idea is to draw up a list of guilty parties and compensation due for the current crisis, then it has to be the list of the effects of British liberalism, whose protagonist, Winston Churchill, carries the main responsibility for the lack of the most important aspect of the post-war Bretton Woods system that Franklin D. Roosevelt had intended, namely a credit mechanism for the overcoming of colonialism and the industrialization of the developing sector. Because of this lack, the British Empire's control over the so-called Third World was perpetuated in the post-war period. The situation was then exacerbated after President Nixon terminated the Bretton Woods system in August 1971, which led to the successive deregulation of the financial markets, the infamous outsourcing of cheap labor into cheap labor countries, and IMF conditionalities. The one and only purpose of this policy was to maintain colonial looting and prevent any serious development in those countries. How could anyone in the so-called advanced countries, and we now see with the coronavirus pandemic how advanced they are, assume for even 1 minute that the brutal poverty in Africa, Latin America, and some Asian countries is self-evident or self-inflicted, If the West had done for the last 70 years what China has been doing in Africa since the 60s, but especially in the last 10 years, namely building railways, dams, power plants, and industrial parks, then all of Africa would enjoy the level of development which you see today in South Korea or Singapore, or even better. Africa, as a result of these policies, has virtually no health system, no infrastructure. Half of the population does not have access to fresh water or sanitation or electricity because the British Empire deliberately suppressed them. Working through the IMF and the World Bank, through the WWF, the World Wildlife Fund, which considers the protection of insect species in cases of doubt as more important than the lives of millions of people. If you take into account the overall effect of these policies, you will come up with a figure of millions of people whose life has been shortened by hunger and untreated diseases. Contrary to the myth that the British Empire ceased to exist once and for all with the independence of the colonies and the handover ceremony of Hong Kong on June 30, 1997, it still exists in the form of a neoliberal monetarist control of the world financial system, a control that has always been the quintessence of empires. Another example of pure propaganda from the empire is to say that third world countries simply don't want to develop. The reality is that the concept of the UN development decades was de facto eliminated with the end of Bretton Woods and the replacement by the idea, and its replacement by the idea of population reduction. The Club of Rome's crude ideas of the supposed limits to growth, the misanthropic notions of John D. Rockefeller III, as he presented them at the UN Population Conference in Bucharest in 1974, or Henry Kissinger's scandalous NSM 200 from the same year, which were just vapid mouths of the assertion of the evil Pastor Malthus, the scribbler of the British East India Company, who in turn plagiarized the ideas of the Venetian so-called economist Gianmaria Ortiz. Lyndon LaRouche reacted to this paradigm change when he began in a series of studies in 1973 on the effects of the IMF policy to warn that the growing undernourishment, weakening of the immune system, lack of hygiene would lead to the emergence of global pandemics. After the thousands of speeches and writings by LaRouche, which were circulated in the intervening 5 decades all over 5 continents, no one can say that the current pandemic was not foreseeable, especially since LaRouche's entire life work was dedicated, among other things, to working out development programs that would have exactly prevented that. The fundamental reason why the liberal paradigm and the underlying current transatlantic rule-based order has failed, and why the establishment has proven to be so completely unable to reflect on the reasons for this failure, is linked to the axiomatic basis and generally accepted assumptions of the paradigm's image of man, as well as its concept of state and science. After the initial emergence during the Italian Renaissance of ideas of a form of state that consciously fostered the creative capacities of a growing proportion of the population, and the role of scientific progress as a source of social wealth, the feudal oligarchy of the then leading empire Venice launched a deliberately counter-offensive in which Paolo Sarpi, as the leading thinker of the Venetian oligarchy, put forward his teachings, out of which the Enlightenment and liberalism ultimately developed. The idea was to control the scientific debate, but to deny the ability to know and to discover real universal principles, to suppress the Promethean potential by force if need be, to reduce people to the level of sensual experience, and to turn the backwardness of human nature into a dogma. From this tradition, came the mechanistic scientific tradition of Galileo and Isaac Newton, the game and information theory of John von Neumann and Norbert Wiener, and more recently, the algorithms that underlie the derivative trading of today's casino economy. The empirical and materialistic dogma and decadent image of man peddled by Thomas Hobbes, Thomas Malthus, Jeremy Bentham, John Locke, and John Stuart Mill, to this day, are the basis of British liberalism and the virus, which has contributed more to the current state of the world than anything else. The oligarchical mindset of the British Empire, which denies all men, but especially colored men, the divine spark of creativity, is expressed in full clarity in numerous writings and statements if people only care to look for them. From Prince Philip's notorious wish to be reincarnated as a deadly virus in order to help reduce the world population of the human race, or the despicable outlook expressed by Adam Smith in his 1959 theory of moral sentiments. Quote, "The administration of the great system of the universe, the care of universal happiness of rational and sensible things is the business of God and not of man. To man is allotted a much more humble department, but one more suitable for the weakness of his powers and to the narrowness of his comprehension. There are of his own happiness, of that of his family, his friends, his country. Nature has directed us to the greater part by these original and initial instincts. Hunger, thirst, the passion which unites the sexes, the love of pleasure and the dread of pain, prompt us to apply those means by their own sakes without any consideration of their tendency to those beneficent ends which the great director of nature intended to produce by them." Well, since these attributes are all equally applicable to animals, then it is obviously okay to cull the herd periodically, such as the Spartans killed the helots when they thought they were becoming too numerous. This misanthropic image of man is amplified by pure racism, as Bertrand Russell expressed it so unashamedly in The Prospects of Industrial Civilization. Quote, "The white population of the world will soon cease to increase. The Asiatic races will be longer and the Negroes still longer before their birth rate falls sufficiently to make their numbers stable without the help of war and pestilence. Until that happens, the benefits aimed at by socialism can only be partially realized, and the less prolific races will have to defend themselves against the more prolific ones by methods which are disgusting, even if they are necessary." It is precisely this racist ideology which was the justification for colonialism, the slave trade, the opium wars, and to be honest, it is ultimately also the reason for the monumental indifference shown by large parts of the population in the West when they hear the news about the new locust plague in Africa and in some Asian countries, which could have been eliminated with only $75 million 2 months ago. And nothing has changed in the fundamental support for eugenics among representatives of this empire. That was emphasized once again by the columnist of the Daily Telegraph early March by Jeremy Warner. Quote, "Not to put too fine a point on it, from an entirely disinterested economic perspective, the COVID-19 might even prove mildly beneficial in the long term by disproportionately culling elderly dependents." So it is this barbaric premises of the liberal dogma. Also, it is hardly fashionable to admit their existence in the so-called developing countries that led Lyndon LaRouche many years ago to stipulate that the combination of the four powers the economic and militarily most powerful countries in the world, the United States, Russia, China, and India, was required to carry out the urgently needed reorganization of the world order. This reorganization, however, must begin with the explicit and definite rejection of the image of man of the liberal dogma and its political implications. The British Empire, in all of its forms, but above all in its control over the financial system, must be ended. These four powers, the United States, Russia, China, India, urgently need to convene in an emergency session and adopt a new Bretton Woods system that realizes FDR's full intention by creating a credit system that guarantees once and for all the industrialization of the developing sector. It should begin with the implementation of a world health system that builds up a health system in every single country of the planet. First, with a crash program to fight the coronavirus pandemic, then by reaching very quickly the same standards as they used to be the case for the Hill-Burton Act in the United States, or as it was the health standard in Germany and France before the privatization in the 70s. As Roosevelt put it in his speech in the State of the Union in 1941, in the famous Declaration of the Four Freedoms, where he stated, "The third freedom is the freedom from want," which translates into world terms, means economic understanding which secured to every nation a healthy peacetime life for its inhabitants everywhere in the world. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt made it her personal mission to ensure that these four freedoms were incorporated into the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In Lyndon LaRouche's draft memorandum of agreement between the US and the USSR in 1984 that defined the principles and the basis of the Strategic Defense Initiative, which he had proposed and which was declared to be the official policy of the United States by President Reagan on March 23 in 1983, which was repeatedly offered to the Soviet Union to cooperate on a comprehensive nuclear disarmament program. He defined the conviction that represents an absolute crucial aspect of his life's work and the mission of this organization. The first article of this paper, the principles of which also apply to the cooperation among the four nations and all others who choose to join this new partnership states. The political foundation for a durable peace must be an unconditional sovereignty of each and all nation states. B, a cooperation among nation states to the effect of promoting unlimited opportunities to participate in the benefits of technological progress, to the mutual benefit of each and all. The most crucial feature of the present implementation of such a policy of durable peace is a profound change in the monetary, economic, and political relations between the dominant powers and those relatively subordinated nations, often classified as the developing nations. Unless the inequities lingering in the aftermath of modern colonialism are progressively remedied, there can be no durable peace on this planet. Insofar as the United States and the Soviet Union acknowledge the progress of the productive powers of labor throughout the planet to be the vital strategic interest of each and both, the two powers are bound to that degree and in that way by a common interest. This is the kernel of the political and economic policies of practice indispensable to the fostering of durable peace between those two powers. In view of the escalation of the anti-China campaign launched by British intelligence, which has people in President Trump's entourage attempting to outdo each other almost hourly in their accusations against China, including Secretary of State Pompeo, Peter Navarro, Lindsey Graham, Tucker Carlson, while various demonstrations of show of force by the United States and NATO forces appear to be limited only by the number of COVID infections among some of their coups, this existential question is posed of how the world can get out of this dangerous escalation. Are we doomed to relive how the overtaking of the ruling power by the second most powerful leads to war, as it already happened in history 12 times? The combination of the corona pandemic, the world hunger crisis, the impending financial hyperinflationary blowout, and the depression of the global real economy is so overwhelming that it should be clear to every thinking human being that mankind can get out of this crisis only if the economic potential of the United States and China, supported by other industrial countries, is jointly deployed and increased in order to create the capacities needed to ensure the medical care, infrastructure, and industrial and food production. It is in the existential interest of every individual and every nation on this planet to work towards this goal. We have to create a worldwide chorus among nations and many millions of people to demand just that. The conflict between the United States and China only exists if those forces in both parties in the United States prevail that are in the tradition of H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, with the idea that if the United States accepts the model of the British Empire as the basis of the Anglo-American controlled unipolar order, they can run the world. This vision by H.G. Wells was carried on by William Yandell Elliott, the mentor of Kissinger, Brzezinski, Samuel Huntington, up to the neocons of the Project for a New American Century, the PNAC. If, on the other hand, the United States harks back to the true tradition of the Declaration of Independence against the British Empire and of the American system of economics of Alexander Hamilton, then there will be a great affinity with China's economic model, which contains many of the principles of Alexander Hamilton, Friedrich List, Henry C. Carey. In the same way, the father of modern China, Sun Yat-sen, was very much influenced by the American system. At the Urgent Emergency Summit of the United States, China, and Russia and India, and then the immediate necessary founding conference of the new Bretton Woods system, the heads of state can take up on the spirit of the original Bretton Woods conference, at which the head of the Chinese delegation, H.H. Kung, submitted Sun Yat-sen's proposal for an international development organization. Kung, one of Sun Yat-sen's brothers-in-law, said in his speech in Bretton Woods, China is looking to a period of great economic development and expansion after the war. This includes a program of large-scale industrialization besides the development and modernization of agriculture. It is my firm conviction that an economically strong China is an indispensable condition to the maintenance of peace and the improvement of the well-being of the world. After the First World War, Dr. Sun Yat-sen proposed a plan for what he termed the international development of China. He emphasized the principle of cooperation with friendly nations and utilization of foreign capital for the development of China's resources. Dr. Sun's teaching constituted the basis of China's national policy. America and others of the United Nations, I hope, will take an active part in aiding the post-war development of China. As I said, Roosevelt supported the internationalization of this development policy throughout the negotiations. And he considered the increase of a high standard of living worldwide as the key to global stability. And he saw the way to do this in the internationalization of the New Deal policy. The four main nations of the world, US, China, Russia, and India, must now establish a new Bretton Woods system, and together with all nations that wish to join, a new paradigm in international cooperation among nations that is guided by the common aims of mankind. The fourth of Lyndon LaRouche's 4 laws defines the qualitatively higher economic platform, the higher level of reason, of coincidentia oppositorum of Nicolaus of Cusa, on which the contradictions of geopolitical confrontation will be overcome. International cooperation among scientists who rely exclusively on verifiably universal principles must replace the primacy of politics based on ideology and interest. Research into the life sciences, a better understanding of what causes the characteristics of life and its origins in the universe, is the prerequisite for the fight against the coronavirus and all other potential virological, bacterial, and other disease processes. As part of a World Health System, we need to build up collaborative medical research centers internationally, where the young scientists of all developing countries will also be trained. The profound experience of the coronavirus pandemic is that the provision of health care must be a common good and not serve to maximize the profit of private interests. The results of this research must therefore be immediately provided to all universities, hospitals, and medical personnel in all nations. Another area in which the international cooperation towards the common goals of mankind is indispensable is the achievement of energy and raw material security, for which will be possible with the mastery of thermonuclear fusion and the associated fusion torch process. The international ITER project in Cadarache in the south of France, a tokamak nuclear fusion reactor and international research project, already involving the cooperation of 34 nations, is a good start. But the funding of ITER and other models of nuclear fusion must be massively increased. One of the LaRouche's central discoveries is the interconnection between the energy population density and the energy flux density in the production process used. Therefore, the mastery of nuclear fusion is imperative also not only for the population living, but especially for manned space flight. Space research is itself one area which would be unthinkable without international cooperation, in which more than any other branch of science demonstrates in a positive way what the pandemic demonstrates negatively, that we are actually the one species that is determined by its future and whose long-term survivability will depend on our learning to better understand and master the laws of the universe, including at least 2 trillion galaxies that the Hubble telescope has been able to verify. Defense against asteroids, meteors, and comets is only one among the many important elements of this. For developing countries, the unlimited participation in research projects is the best way through scientific and technological leapfrogging to create the precondition for economies that are able to provide all citizens with a good and safe life. Nicolaus of Cusa already wrote back in the 15th century that all discoveries in science should be immediately made available to the representatives of all countries in order to not hold back unnecessarily their development. He also found that the concordance in the macrocosm is only possible when all microcosms develop in the best possible way. The new paradigm that we need to shape for cooperation among all nations must start from the common interest of all mankind, towards the realization of which all nations and cultures in counterpoint, as it were, as in a fugue, are intertwined and rise dynamically to higher stages of anti-entropic development. Are we, as a human civilization, able at this late stage of events to avert the tsunami of pandemics, famine, financial crisis, depression, and a new world war? Then the world needs the summit of the four nations now. If such a summit were to announce all these changes, a new Bretton Woods system, the four powers joining hands in building up a global development program in the form of the new Silk Road becomes the World Land Bridge, a world health system, an international crash program in fusion and related research, a massive upgrade in international space cooperation, and last but not least, a dialogue of the classical traditions of all nations with the aim of sparking a new renaissance of classical culture in a similar but even more beautiful way than the great Italian Renaissance overcame the horrors of the Dark Age of the 14th century. Then a new era of civilization can be born. Is there reasonable hope that we can overcome the current profound crisis of mankind? I would say absolutely. We are the only creative species known in the universe so far, which has the ability to discover new principles of our universe again and again, which implies that there is an affinity between our creative mental processes to these physical laws. One thought that elucidates this optimistic perspective concerns one aspect of space research, namely the seemingly accelerated process of aging in the condition of weightlessness and the change of this process in hypergravity. A better understanding of this space gerontology is obviously crucial for the future of manned space travel to Mars and in interstellar space travel, as it is expected that this will significantly increase the ability of humans to have a longer, healthy life. If you consider that Schubert only lived to be 31, Mozart 35 years, Dante 36, Schiller 45, Shakespeare 52, and Beethoven only 56 years, then you have an idea how much the geniuses of the future, with a life expectancy of 120 or 150 years, will be able to contribute to mankind's development. Therefore, join us in putting an end to the British Empire, and let's create a truly human future for all of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga. Our next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Dmitry Polyansky, the first Deputy Permanent Representative of the Permanent Mission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Thank you, Mrs. LaRouche, for your very interesting presentation. There are a lot of things to process, and I'm sure we will do it. I'm a diplomat, as you know. Being diplomat implies a little bit different way of speaking. So I can add to your presentation a couple of observations from a political perspective and from diplomatic perspective. It's absolutely sure that COVID-19 has created very serious problems for the whole of the mankind. The most important of which is saving lives, ensuring our common security, biomedical safety, and the preservation of human environment, which should be comfortable and pose no threats to life and health.
Can I talk to you guys now?
It has become absolutely clear that no state, no matter how powerful and wealthy it is, has all the tools to fight the pandemic. Everyone had to introduce drastic measures that can be potentially harmful for national economy to contain the epidemic. We don't know yet the scope of these consequences that most of the countries of the world will face. It is still to be calculated. And so far, after almost half a year since we first heard about coronavirus, no one has the vaccine and no one has the efficient treatment proposals so far. We are absolutely convinced that it is not the time of blaming and stigmatization. It's time of cooperation and supporting each other. It's also not the time of contests, who did what and who was more successful than others. It's not a beauty contest. It is really time to help, to share experiences and to listen to each other and to find ways to work together to face this unprecedented challenge in modern times for the whole of the mankind. Russia is ready to face this challenge together with our partners. That's why, while taking all the necessary measures to combat the coronavirus at national level, we also believe that it is our duty to provide assistance to the others, to our partners. So when we were still at the very early stage of the spread of coronavirus, at the beginning of February, we donated items of personal protection and medical supplies to China, which was very badly affected at this time. Teams of Russian doctors and virology experts were also sent to Italy and Serbia, who were in a more advanced stage of pandemic at that time. Now my country is also struggling with very big forces to combating the pandemic. And that's why we also now welcome any assistance that can be rendered to my country, and we cooperate in this regard with many countries, with China, with European states, with United States. As you know, that early in April we delivered a plane load of humanitarian cargo to New York, and we said that this was done with open heart, and we would accept any assistance that we deem necessary at a later stage, which we already understood at this time will inevitably face. That's how cooperation is organized. Again, it's not a beauty contest. It's not the situation when somebody says that we succeeded and somebody failed the exam. It's not the time for this. It should be the time and to display readiness to render assistance and to give a helping hand. And that's how all the responsible global actors should behave. Now, when the situation in China started to stabilize, China is actively helping the whole of the world, including Russia, and we welcome very much this help. We think it's normal. Recently, a number of African states addressed to Russia asking to help in combating the pandemic. And we are considering these demands in Moscow, and I'm absolutely sure that we will come to rescue at a later stage when we will make a major breakthrough in our fight with the pandemic. That's what we are doing right now. It's also very important to point out that we are convinced that the response to this global threat should also be global. It would be a mistake to fragment and lock measures within our national borders. And we are absolutely convinced that United Nations must play a pivotal role here. It is important that we all support WHO as the main specialized UN agency, help it to coordinate global measures and listen to its recommendations. These past months, the WHO has become the center of all information on the pandemic. I believe that anyone who studies the chronology of its actions, statements, and specific decisions will be convinced that WHO was efficient. Moreover, the fact that the WHO has played and continues to play a major role in countering the pandemic is reflected in recently adopted consensus resolution of the UN General Assembly and the final declaration of the G20 Extraordinary Summit. It is also important not to forget about the declaration adopted by the Group of 77 and China that stresses the coordinating role of the World Health Organization in global efforts. And we need to ensure universal medical service coverage through this organization. Again, it's time to be united and not to blame somebody and not to stigmatize any country because of what it did or didn't do. We should really support WHO. We should make it a pillar, a pivot of our efforts to combat coronavirus now and maybe at some later stage, because there are a lot of predictions that there might be repercussions of this pandemic earlier. It is quite clear that the spread of coronavirus had very badly impacted the economy, and it's, again, I will repeat that it's still very difficult to assess the damage and the consequences for economic development of the world, and especially certain countries after the pandemic. Of course, the pandemic also very badly affected business, trade, investment, as well as currency exchange rates. And we're still in the middle of it, so we can't even really start rectifying all this damage and finding workable solutions for this. You also can see that what is happening has increased demand for various products, which have become a little bit in a bigger demand that some countries could really make it available. So it's also time for coordination, and we believe that G20 countries should play this role, and they should be in the driving seats of working out economic agenda, help all of us establish common framework for mutual economic responses, to reload the world economy after this deep and profound shock that was caused by the pandemic. It is also, I will repeat it once again, it is also time for deep solidarity and frank solidarity, regardless of political agendas and preferences. Especially, we need to pay attention to developing countries, which face enormous challenges and should be assisted first and foremost. I want to mention one more topic in this regard. It is also important that media and social network behave in a responsible way, because we are mostly speaking about the impact of coronavirus on the healthcare system and on economics, but it's very difficult to assess the damage that is being done to the minds, to the perception of the users, those who are now self-quarantine, and they really are very hungry for any information that is available for them. And that's why in this time it is especially important that that mass media exercises restraint and responsible approach and does not spread fake news and information that hasn't been verified, because the consequences of this can be really very, very profound. We attach very big importance to this, and we try in Russia at national level to combat all this fake news that is being circulated, and we try to counter them with information that is really proven to be good and to be reliable for the public. It is also very important to assess, and this is maybe a question for philosophers, what will be the impact on human behavior? Will we be shaking hands again? Will we be giving each other hugs after the coronavirus is over? Or will psychologically people try to avoid a closer contact? Will they still keep social distance even after the virus is over? Because this might change the way the mankind behaves, and this might also have very deep and serious implications for concrete individuals who are more vulnerable maybe, and who are very eager to be embraced by the society and for socialization. So we need to think about this, and we need to not to go into extremes in this regard, not to change the civilized behavior of mankind. Another thing is also we should avoid the situation when the world would totally go online, because now, of course, these online services prove to be very, very useful, and they really are in big demand. And this is normal. This is very good because it economizes a lot of resources. but it shouldn't substitute human-to-human contacts. I can tell you that in diplomacy, there are a lot of things that can be conducted only through personal contacts. There are a lot of confidential discussions that can't proceed online. And there are a lot of limits, even now, to sincere communication and discussion of topics, because we can't so far meet personally, and we have to rely on this electronic means of communication. Again, we shouldn't go to this extreme, because it's very alluring to turn a lot of our activity online and to organize a lot of meetings without physically looking at each other and feeling the emotions of each other. It's very practical, but it's very wrong. And I think we also need to be aware of this trap that can await the world after the pandemic. I will not maybe speak any longer. I would be ready to take any questions the time I'm here. I would also at the end would like to say that in Chinese language, and China was mentioned here already several times and will be mentioned, I'm sure, many times more. The word crisis contains one character, which is also an opportunity. So it's very wise that every crisis is also an opportunity, not only a challenge. So we must come out even stronger out of this crisis, and we must work together. We must forget about certain things that seemed important to us because of some emotions, because of some wrongly interpreted information. But we need to see the end. We need to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and we need to understand that only cooperation, coordination, and global response is what mankind needs right now. It's not the time for the falling out and for quarreling and for finger pointing and blaming anybody. It's time for helping. It's time to be compassionate. It's time to be generous, and it's time really to listen to each other and to propose common workable solutions to the world, which is in big need of these solutions. Thank you very much, and I wish big success to your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polyansky. Our next presentation will be given by the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in New York, Ambassador Huang Peng. But I have to say something about this. This is pre-recorded because he's now in Boston for the purpose of meeting a plane that's arriving from China, which is delivering medical supplies, very needed for the people of Massachusetts. As some people know, that's now become a hotspot of coronavirus. And it was requested that he and others be there to receive that plane. Elected officials from the United States will also be there. And as I understand, young students from China who have been stranded in the United States will also be returning. And so we're going to play that statement, and then we're going to be going to questions. And at that point, Counselor Joe Gualin, head of the Science and Technology section of the consulate, will be standing in for the ambassador. It will also be asking questions to Helga and to Mr. Polyansky.
Mrs. LaRouche, President of the Schiller Institute, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to join this video conference hosted by Schiller Institute. We meet at a challenging time when the COVID-19 pandemic is ravaging the globe. Many families have suffered from the disease and lost their loved ones. Countless healthcare workers are fighting against the virus on the front line. At the outset, I want to express my deep condolences to all the families plagued by misfortune and pay high tribute to those who are still holding posts at this extremely difficult time. China was among the first countries hit hard by COVID-19. On the sudden attack of this unknown enemy, the Chinese government and the Chinese people have been undaunted and made a robust response. We have put the people's well-being front and center since the outbreak began. We have acted upon the overall principle of shoring up confidence, strengthening unity, ensuring science-based control and treatment, and imposing targeted measures. We have mobilized the whole nation, set up collective control and treatment mechanisms, and acted with openness and transparency. What we fought was a people's war against the virus. With hard efforts and great sacrifice, China emerged as one of the first countries to stem the outbreak. Domestic transmission has been largely stopped. Confirmed cases have declined to around 1,000, with dozens of daily increase that are mainly imported cases. Meanwhile, China has managed to restore its economy and society step by step to a normal order. Across the country, 98.6% of the big industrial plants have resumed the production, and 89.9% of the employees on average are already back to work, a significant force to pull the world economy back to track. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, China actively joined the global efforts in combating the disease in an open, transparent, and responsible manner. China timely updated the WHO, publicized the genome sequence of the virus, and shared our prevention and treatment experience without reservation. We have been offering assistance to the best of our ability, which has been widely recognized by the WHO and the international community. President Xi Jinping had phone calls with 29 leaders of countries and international organizations, attended the extraordinary G20 Leaders Summit on COVID-19. Premier Li Keqiang also talked on the phone with multiple foreign leaders and attended the special ASEAN +3 Summit on COVID-19. Between March 1st and April 10th, China exported around 7.12 billion masks, 55.57 million pieces of protective suits, 3.59 million infrared thermometers, 20,100 ventilators, and 13.69 million goggles. As of April 12th, we have dispatched 14 medical expert groups to 12 countries, and the Chinese medical experts had 83 video conferences with their counterparts from 153 countries to assist the relevant countries in responding to the epidemic. At the same time, we always care about the safety and the health of overseas Chinese citizens. The whole diplomatic front has been mobilized and moved promptly to collect the basic information of Chinese nationals abroad and their difficulties. We rallied them in a united campaign against the virus through mutual assistance. We helped them to access to local health providers and through remote diagnostics to those in China. We sent joint task forces to offer services and support. We put in place a special consular protection mechanism and chartered flights to bring home Chinese citizens who had been stranded abroad due to the outbreak. We find ways to resolve problems for overseas students and delivered health kits to every student in need. Recently, an important task of my Consul General was to assist the underage Chinese students in our consular district to take ad hoc flights back to China. Although New York City is the epicenter and there is a high risk of infection at the airport helping students get on board, many of my colleagues signed up the task without any hesitation. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic is still ravaging the globe, with more than 200 countries and regions affected, over 2.6 million people infected, and 190,000 died. It is likely to further spread in Africa, South Asia, Latin America, and other underdeveloped regions, causing more casualties. Countries that have been through epics of this first outbreak must be vigilant about the second wave of outbreak. Even if we come out of the pandemic, we may face a domino effect, economic recession, social unrest, food crisis, refugee wave, and even international conflicts. Some people say that this is the biggest crisis facing human society since World War II. People around the world are in anxiety and expect the international community to work out the solutions together. As the two largest economies in the world, China and the United States are becoming the focus of global attention on whether they can lead countries to tide over this crisis. As you know, China-US relationship is in an unprecedentedly difficult period. The United States sees China as a major strategic competitor and is implementing a China policy of comprehensive containment and suppression through the whole government strategy. As a result, this relationship is increasingly facing the risk of derailment. Much need to be overcome for the two countries to abandon differences and focus on cooperation. As the impact of this crisis on the world is rapidly fermenting, it is necessary to rethink our approach to growing China-US relations for the interests of not only the two countries, but the whole world at large. I would like to make 3 points for your consideration. First, the epidemic highlights the interdependence between China and the United States. Neither side can survive the challenges without support of the other. In the 21st century, it is an unstoppable trend that different countries will be increasingly interconnected, thus having more common interests and challenges. The human society has indeed become a community with a shared future. In the face of global challenges such as infectious diseases, climate change, and terrorism, even great powers like China and the United States cannot manage by fighting alone. In this recent phone calls with President Trump, President Xi stressed that the two countries should join efforts, strengthen cooperation in areas such as outbreak, preparedness, and response, and contribute to building a relationship based on non-conflict or confrontation, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation. This points out the direction for the future development of our bilateral relations. Looking ahead, the two sides need to strengthen global governance, cooperation in public health, economics, and finance, and establish joint prevention and control networks. We should collaborate in developing vaccines and drugs, better cooperate macro policies such as to counter the downward pressure on world economy and maintain world stability and prosperity. Second, the epidemic underscores the profound friendship between Chinese and American people, which serves as a mainstream of our relationship. As the virus takes toll in China and the US, our two peoples have chosen to mutually support each other instead of being indifferent across the Pacific. When China was in deep distress, people across various sectors of the US society lent a hand to us, for which we are always truly grateful. Now the US has become the epicenter of the world with nearly 900,000 people diagnosed and more than 50,000 deaths. The Chinese people relate to the difficulties American people are going through, and we are willing to offer assistance to the best of our ability in return. According to the incomplete statistics, China had provided the US with over 2.46 billion masks, meaning 7 masks for each in the US, plus nearly 5,000 ventilators, 258 million gloves, 29.2 million surgical protective suits, and 3.13 million goggles. In the past few weeks, we have received numerous genuine appreciation from American people. I believe our two people's friendship will become even stronger through the test of this battle. Our two governments must pay heed to the mainstream of our two peoples while growing this relationship. We can't be caught by some extremists who keep sowing seeds of discord and decoupling between our two nations. Third, the epidemic reveals China-US relationship is still facing complicated problems. In solving the problems and the differences, we must stop appealing to the dark side of humanity and look to the bright side. Since the outbreak of this epidemic, especially after the situation in the US got severe, we have noticed many negative voices about China in the United States. Some people accused China of concealing the outbreak. Some even made up the story that the virus came from a Chinese lab and vowed to hold China accountable. Some people stigmatized China and discriminated against the ethnic Chinese. I want to point out that there are some different views on the source of this virus in the international community. Virus tracing is a serious scientific issue and should be carefully assessed by professionals with scientific evidence. COVID-19 is a completely new virus, and its outbreak is unexpected. All nations need some time to understand the situation and respond to it. It is impossible for China to issue a warning to the world in the very early stage because of a small number of unknown cases. Some countries also initially mistaken the COVID-19 for common cold or pneumonia. Infectious diseases may break out in any country or any ethnic group. We must do our best to prevent discrimination against any country and group in this pandemic. American citizens may also encounter increasing discrimination abroad as the situation here gets worse. To blame and scapegoat other countries, to incite racial discrimination and xenophobia will do no good in enabling the world to cope with the epidemic and its impact, nor will it help unite us in addressing other global challenges in the future. They will only bring chaoses to the global governance and cause more harm to peoples around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, former US President John F. Kennedy has realized very long ago that when written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of two characters. One represents danger and the other represents opportunity. The COVID-19 crisis has indeed brought unprecedented challenges to the world, but it also offered unprecedented opportunities for countries to break new ground. I believe if we take a long-term perspective, remain courageous, cooperative, and innovative, we will be able to overwhelm the challenges, turn the crisis into opportunities, and unlock a better future for China and the United States and for the human society. Thank you.
We're now going to go to questions for approximately a half an hour for all of our speakers up to this point. And I want to just say that if you have questions, you can send them to questions at schillerinstitute.org. And I'm going to read the first question, which is directed, comes from New York City. It's from a member of the Schiller Institute to the Russian representative, Mr. Polyansky. And the question is, recently, Kremlin spokesman Peskov publicly discussed President Putin's call for an urgent heads of state summit of the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council. He described President Putin's call for what Peskov called a truly visionary summit. Given the great issues today of war and peace, the COVID-19 pandemic and others, what format can be used in the very near term to hold such an urgent summit? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. This is a very important issue, and we are in the process of discussing it right now. The summit is on the agenda. As you know, there was a Russian proposal to hold a summit of P5 member states. It was done before the pandemic, and of course, we have in mind it's happening physically, not online, and this is, of course, a bit of a middle-term perspective. For the time being, there are a lot of ideas to organize a video summit of P5 member states, and we think that this will be a successful endeavor. But of course, we don't need a summit for the sake of the summit. So we need to bridge our positions a little bit in order to make this summit possible to produce certain impulse to our cooperation. So that's why the agenda is now being very thoroughly worked on. We are preparing documents, possible outcome documents of this summit, and I'm sure that it will take place at a bit later stage, but we shouldn't wait too late for it. As I told you, diplomacy is mostly an art of communication, and of course, communication should be perceived as physical communication most and foremost, and you can't do everything online. There are certain limitations to this. And there are also certain challenges to online communication. This is not very much favorable for sincere, open communication between P5 members right now. But we are trying to do our best to substitute them with online means of communication. I'm sure that in a very short period of time, you will hear some concrete ideas in this regard. Thank you.
Yeah, our next question, which will be directed in general to the panel, is from Ambassador Jolisa Mapongo. He is the Deputy Permanent Representative of the South African UN Mission. And he writes this question. There is interest in several African countries either to introduce or to expand nuclear energy. At the moment, South Africa possesses the only nuclear power plant on the continent, located in Coburg near Cape Town. The Coburg nuclear power plant has been operated safely for more than 3 decades and produces the cheapest electricity in South Africa, although there has been a rapid development of renewable energy in recent years. Coal remains by far the largest source of energy for the country. For South Africa and other African countries, nuclear power would provide a clean source of energy, enabling us to meet our domestic and international commitments to address climate change. It would also be an important source of base load electricity. For a country like South Africa, nuclear is the main alternative base load source of electricity to coal until realistic storage technologies for storing renewable energy are developed. The speakers in the panel may therefore wish to address the issue of a regulatory framework for nuclear power from their own experiences. Regulation, safety, and security would be the building blocks in the African continent, as most countries would be getting into nuclear energy for the first time. So I guess what I'll do is I'll ask in this way, I'll ask if the Chinese representative has anything to say about this question. And then I guess we'll go to Helga, and then we'll go to the Mr. Polyansky. So.
Okay, it's nice. Anyway. This is a very good question by the ambassador of South Africa to the United Nations. I think that at this moment, new energy is one of the most important sources for future energy to be developed. Nowadays in China, we have already had a lot of development and efforts to make new energy available, like windmill, hydropower, like even tidal wave energy, and a lot of others, also from plantations as well. At the same time, the nuclear energy is very important also in China. After a few decades of development in China, nuclear energy development is very rapidly in China also. South Africa is the same situation. I just mentioned there's only one nuclear power plant in Africa. That is the only one in South Africa. To my opinion, that is to say, for nuclear energy, the most important matter is the safety. So at this moment, of course, we know which is the clean energy. I still remember that just a few short time ago, that Madame Laroche just mentioned in terms of ITER, the thermal fusion technology, which is headquartered in Cadarache of France, which is also one of the very new ways to make a kind of efficient nuclear energy to be available in the future, maybe in a few decades of time. We are just making as much energy as possible through different ways to make this kind of new type of new energy available in the future, because it is better than the traditional nuclear energy. So anyway, in this regard, as the science counselor in the General Consulate in New York, one of my opinion is we need to strengthen cooperation between Africa and China, between the US and China, between Russia and China, among all countries. We are kind of stakeholders. You see, we need to get together to enhance, as our two distinguished guests just mentioned. Only with cooperation internationally, then we are going to be successful in the future. So in terms of this, we think nuclear energy is probably is one of the hopes for making more and efficient and sufficient energy available in the future. Thank you.
All right, Helga?
Just briefly, I fully agree with Mr. Xu that international cooperation will be crucial. Africa will have the largest population in the world fairly soon, hopefully, if this pandemic can be contained. And then nuclear energy will be absolutely crucial. And I can only say, do not follow the example of Germany. I think the exit from nuclear energy by the Chancellor Merkel was probably the biggest mistake of her government. She made a couple of other ones. And I think even Europeans who have been very anti-nuclear will come out of this crisis. This is my modest prediction, with the realization that you cannot have an industrial nation without nuclear energy. And in the meantime, until the Europeans get back to their senses, I think what you said, Mr. Xu, is absolutely true. There must be an international cooperation among the pro-nuclear countries in the world, all helping Africa to access nuclear energy. So I think that, hopefully we can eventually overcome this absolute irrational fear and demonization of nuclear energy, which is not grounded in science. Nuclear energy is an absolutely manageable technology. Mankind can control nuclear energy, and all the cases which are always cited as the opposite, as the proof of the opposite, can really be absolutely refuted. So I think the way to go for the time being is to go for an international cooperation, as you said, Mr. Xu.
Okay, Mr. Polyansky.
Thank you very much, Salisa, for this question. It's really a big issue right now. What would be the future of energy in the world? And I don't think there is a contradiction or argument between those who argue for development of nuclear energy, and for those who are speaking about increasing the share of solar and wind energy, the cleanest energies available. The fact is that the share of renewable energy, the real clean renewable energy, I'm not speaking about biofuel in the world, is still very modest, and there are certain limitations to this. On the one hand, on the other hand, there is the demand of the mankind to the energy is growing, and we in Russia think that the nuclear energy is one of the best responses to this challenge. That's why I absolutely agree with Helga Larouche when she said that one should stop demonizing nuclear energy and citing the examples from the past. As far as Russia is concerned, we have gone a long way since the emergence of the new Russia, and we have now very advanced technologies. We are eager to help many countries in the world to build their nuclear power plants, and we are absolutely convinced that these power plants are safe. And that's why we think that it would be a very good solution for the whole world to combine different sources of energy, not only nuclear energy, but also natural gas, which is quite a clean source of energy. Everything is relevant. Even some people who say that the future is for electric cars, and they claim that this is the cleanest energy technology available. They are, of course, right. But on the other hand, if you want to charge a battery for electric car, then of course you will need a certain amount of conventional energy, and it can be produced by not very clean sources. Also, it's a question of disposal of electric batteries, which can be very damaging to our planet. So everything is philosophical, and there are always two ends to every issue, to every question. And we think that international cooperation in the field of nuclear energy should be developed. It shouldn't be stigmatized. It shouldn't be linked to any political calculations. It should be first and foremost based on the demands of humankind and the possibility to provide clean and safe technology to ensure the existence of nuclear energy. And as I told you, once again, Russia disposes such technology, and Russia is ready to help the whole of the world, including Africa, which is, of course, in big demand of energy, and this demand will be growing. I would like to use this opportunity also to say goodbye to everybody, to thank everybody for the attention. I have another video conference in a couple of minutes. That's why I wish you very fruitful work, and I wish you all the success, Helga, and to you personally. Always very glad to communicate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is from Earl Rasmussen, who is the Executive Vice President of the Eurasia Center, and he is asking a question about the collaboration during a pandemic. He says, today we are faced with a global pandemic, which is challenging every country in the world. It seems to me that this is the time to bring all together, set political divides aside, and work collaboratively to solve this pressing need. Yet I see some countries with just the opposite occurring, where countries are hoarding needed supplies for themselves, trying to leverage conditions to continue foreign policy objectives and create even more divisiveness. These actions only compound the situation and create an environment filled with mistrust, where what is called for is trust and a cooperative engagement. What steps can we take to improve international cooperation, to break down political barriers, in order to not only solve today's pressing needs, but those of the future as well? And I'm going to ask that, Helga, you might take that, and then Mr. Shu.
Well, I think I addressed that in a way in my initial remarks, because, I think that we have to reach a point where the idea that each opinion is as good as the other has to go, because we would not be in this crisis if all these opinions would have been so great. And I want to refer to the great thinker Nicolaus of Cusa, who in the 15th century said that in his view, the only reason why people from different nations and different cultures can even communicate with each other is because they all have scientists, they all have musicians, they all have poets. And it is those people who, because they speak a common language, even if they speak formally a different language, they speak the language of science, of art, of great cultural ideas, that they can communicate with each other. And I think in practice we have seen that in the International Space Cooperation, in international scientific conferences where scientists don't have these kinds of problems, which are artificially imposed by the politicians, because they are more interested in the subject, in the advance of science, in the beauty of collaborating in cultural projects. If you look at an orchestra, you normally find anywhere, it be in Asia, in the United States, or in Europe, you find instrumentalists from all over the world. So it is really that which unites people, which is the common search for truth, the common truth seeking in these areas. And therefore, I made in my initial presentation the proposal that one of the lessons to come out of this pandemic and the breakdown of the whole system, which, we will see a hyperinflationary blowout. If you look, just in parentheses, if you look at the assets of the Federal Reserve, which almost tripled since the beginning of the year, and they're supposed to increase double another time in the next weeks, we are in a hyperinflationary blowout. They're just in parentheses. But if we are to come out of this crisis, we have to take all the elements of the crisis together and address all of them, because I don't think a partial solution will solve any aspect of it. And how do you arrive at a scientific solution? You get the best scientific minds together and let them define the policy. The artists, the scientists, the people who can communicate on profound ideas. And I think politicians, I think the image of the politician should also change. It should be more people who are either scientists or are, really skilled people who know these principles. And the leaders of governments should be more like Plato's philosopher king. And they should, really try to be truth-seeking people. And then I think all the problems can be solved.
Mr. Xu?
Yes, I think I got 3 steps to deal with this pandemic. This pandemic, this pandemic is from epidemic. So it's become more and more serious, facing all human beings in the world, in particular in New York as the epicenter, as the new epicenter of the world. And the first step is to make more awareness of this infectious disease for all of the human beings across the whole world, make everybody understand the damages caused by this coronavirus, which is very terrible. It really takes lives of all people, possibly. So this is the first thing to make people understand. You need to probably, for example, in public places, you need to wear masks. You need to probably wear gloves. You need to protect yourself. You need to protect others. So this is the first one, is to make awareness of this coronavirus. And second one is to share experiences. Because we have now, there are more than 200 countries have been infected by this coronavirus. And a lot of countries have already gained a lot of experiences, like in China, because China was first hit by this very terrible coronavirus in late in January, in March, which was very severe. So we have already had a lot of experiences. In this case, we could share with other countries. Also in European countries, Italy, Spain, they also gain a lot of experiences. Now in the States also. So we need to share different experiences of all of these things, how to cope with this enemy, the human beings' common enemy. And the third one is we need to cooperate and research. You see, at this moment, because we don't have a vaccine yet, We don't have a very efficient drug or medicine yet. This is the most difficult period. If we have this vaccine or a very good drug, then we will contain this coronavirus spreading. So in this case, we need to join hands among all of the institutions involved. For example, the CDC in the US, the Chinese CDC in China, and also other centers, other hospitals also, public health institutions. We need all together to join hands. Only in this case, you see, we will make a kind of concerted efforts. So then we can cope with this common enemy. So this is the 3 steps: awareness, share experiences, and join hands for research work. Thank you.
So we're going to be returning to questions in a little bit. And again, we want to thank everybody because there are a lot of questions coming in. We want to encourage those, and you can bring those questions to questions@schillerinstitute.org. We're now going to return to a couple of people that we have yet to hear from. And the first is Jacques Cheminade. Jacques is a longtime representative of the LaRouche philosophical outlook in France. He is the chairman of Solidarité et Progrès. He's a former French presidential candidate. And he is a friend of the real America, not the fake America. So, Jacques, are you with us, and can you hear us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Very good. Go right ahead.
I'm happy and honored to share with all of you our challenge, a Europe not to be ashamed of. I had a discussion a few days ago with Swiss author Jean Ziegler about the emergency initiatives to be taken to build a new paradigm in international relations. He fully supports our objectives, being a historical advocate of justice and the sharing of food for all. In that context, we immediately agreed that Europe, as it is a desperate case, a lost cause to be ashamed of. The hotspots in Turkey or in Libya speak for themselves against us. Our mission is therefore, given the fact that European nations must play their part in this universal symphony, a harmonious tianxia, as the Chinese would say, our mission is to create instruments to be able to play the part of a Europe not to be ashamed of. I'm going to start briefly, because it does not deserve much time, talking about what the European Union is presently doing, or mostly undoing, not doing. It behaves like a leaderless group of oligarchical waste, to be frank. The recent European councils prove, despite the absence of the United Kingdom, that the same spirit to divide and rule, the same spirit of submission to the dictatorship of money prevail. To get out of this despicable and self-destructive mess, we need to evoke within ourselves the best of our cultural and economic traditions. For the advantage of every European nation and for all the other nations in the world, in the whole world, is that utopian idealism. No, it's just a reverse, because it is the selfish ideology shared until now in the recent years by all, the realistic and pragmatic ideology that destroyed our common immune system, our public health, and our financial immune system. The result is that confronted by the pandemic, we had none or not enough masks, tests, respirators, and we were unable to forecast something that our leaders claimed was unpredictable. All those leaders failed, like Hamlet's, not individually as such, but because their adaptation to the individualistic, selfish monetary greed of our society let their importance to become criminal by neglect, by negligence. To govern is to predict, and not to predict leads to one's loss. Leonardo da Vinci adds ironically that not to predict is already to moan. So let's briefly see what the European Union and the European states have done or not done. To say it with one example, they have imposed just in time, flux tendu, as they say in French, just in time, short-term financial rules to our hospitals, ruining their capacity to react properly. In reality, it is states that should rather be function as good public hospitals, devoted to collective responsibility, truthfulness, and care for all, providing not figures and statistics as such, evaluated in monetary units, but ideas and initiatives to be simply more human. So the first thing that Christine Lagarde, the head of the European Central Bank, the ECB, the true armed branch of the European Union, what Christine Lagarde had to say first is debt cancellation is inconceivable. Maybe it will take dozens of years to pay, but it must be paid back. Then, as United States and the United Kingdom are doing, the European Union and the European states are throwing around billions and billions of euros, in part to save producers and assist consumers through more debt during this pandemic. But most of it is to infuse more addictive money into the financial circuits of the oligarchy. To make it simple, they are distributing electronic impulses called money, mostly to avoid the bankruptcy of their whole system. This is no more a so-called market economy, but a market economy without a market, where all the gamblers continue to gamble with tokens and marbles distributed by the central banks, the central bank, the ECB in Europe. Let's be precise. The ECB used to be compelled by its own rules to repurchase securities from the banks, but only of a certain rating. It meant state bonds or AAA or A, first quality bonds. Now it decided on its own to repurchase high yield debts, junk bonds of lost causes. So with fake electronic money, the ECB saves everybody in a similar way as the American Federal Reserve. Beyond that, on April 9, European Union finance ministers decided to create a facility package of 540 billion euros, 240 billion euros from the European Stability Mechanism, the ESM, 200 billions from the European Investment Bank, and 100 billions coming from the Commission. But most of it is borrowed, so-called leverage money, borrowed on the markets. That money mostly goes back into the financial circuit, lending the borrowed money. The ECB is then a sort of go-between lender of last resort for the scammers, for the benefit of the scammers. European states, on their side, organize massive aid packages, national aid packages, 410 billion euros for France, 1,100 billion for Germany, 475 billion for the United Kingdom, comparable to the $2,200 billion of the United States, proportionally. Most of it is based on what? On new loans and deferral of charges, accumulating more debt without creating the means to reimburse it. To make it understandable beyond the obtuse technicalities, the pandemic has only been a revealer of a financial hoax based on an insane system of indebtedness and a trigger for the crash, but not a real cause. It is because of the financial situation preceding the pandemic that nothing was done to prevent it. Logically, it did not pay in the short term to do something. Then, when the pandemic occurred, there were no masks, no ventilators, no tests, and the only possible solution to deal with it was the confinement, the lockdown of the population. It had to be done, and it was done, but an improper way, without any real cooperation among European nations, which as a consequence blocked the economy. And the solution has been to issue more fake electronic money to counterbalance the halt of the economy and prevent any bankruptcy, mainly, again, for the benefit of the scammers. More debt to save an over-indebted system, and most of it to save the initiated sharks. Then, sudden, a Wall Street recovery occurred through management of the bubble of all bubbles, without any chance, however, to have a real physical economy recovery within such a fake system. Still, in Europe, the worst is to come, because there is not enough money to keep going the system. The European Commission plans to either borrow 1,000 billion euros on the markets or to take the European Community budget as a guarantee to print 1,500 billions of so-called perpetual debt, based only on the payment of interest financed by an ecological tax, the capital being never reimbursed. Truly, we are aboard what was called in the Middle Ages the crazy ship, with arrogant captains pretending to give orders among icebergs and bankers repeating frantically, as a governor of the Bank of France, François Villeroy de Galhau, repeating, "You will have to repay this money. You will have to repay this money." Of course, not the gamblers of British vintage and their associates, but us all, producers and consumers together. So let's get out of this mess. This European Union and the heads of its member states are truly an oligarchical waste. Let's rebuild with the spirit that prevailed during the 30 glorious years of the European reconstruction after World War II to do better, as Helga Sepp-LaRouche said, as it is needed to meet the present challenge. The starting point is that the best antidote against any pandemic is international cooperation. All the speakers said it. This means human solidarity to build a win-win system, as the Chinese president has defined it in many of his speeches. The European Union, and more generally the states of the west side of our hemisphere, unfortunately, they follow an opposite direction. Proof of it is a disgusting fight among states to buy the masks that each of them lacked because of their selfish policies. And also the individual incapacity to understand, when one of such masks is available, why it is necessary to put it, not for one's protection, not for the individual protection, but to protect the others of our projections. These true occurrences show that the concept of the advantage of the other, which was a foundation for peace among nations in the treaties of Westphalia, which correspond to the Confucian principle that what you do for the others is what brings you on the way towards the end. This founding concept of civilization, both in the East and the West, has been somehow lost in our Europe of the 21st century. Our mission is therefore not only to do for the other all the good that we wish he could do for us, for ourselves, but to create the best conditions for her or him to create the good for all. It is notable in that context that China, Russia, and Cuba were the nations which came to help Italy, while in France and Germany, and all the more in the United States, many selfish voices denounced that as a propaganda operation, even though their own countries had done very, very little. Second comes the implacable commitment to tell the truth, which is symbiotic with the advantage of the other. Our official Europeans have become liars, it should be said. In France or in the United States, because we had not been able to produce or buy enough masks, they first pretended that they were not necessary. The spokeswoman of the French government even claimed that they were too difficult for us laymen to wear, too difficult to put, even for me, she said. This type of lie is not to be blamed as a typical characteristic of this pushy woman, but is a result of a financial world where lying is thought to be a clever move to win at the expense of the others. Lying has become, in that sense, a perverse art. Third, if you look at the world and to the others, right in the eyes, inspired by commitment to truth and to common good, you can anticipate, as opposed to what all our Western leaders are saying about the coronavirus. In fact, it's even worse. They pretend that it was impossible to anticipate something unexpected, while they accuse the Chinese government not to have anticipated the importance of what they themselves have missed. Even worse, there is a campaign, and it was said before, to scapegoat China and blame her, and even sue her to pay heavy damages. To anticipate is to measure the consequences of what you do or fail to do, and it is what it's called truly to govern. If you measure those consequences and therefore your own responsibility, you can forecast a phase change, not by deducing, inducing, or extrapolating from what exists, but measuring effects of acts on the future. This is what the Pastorian epidemiologists, the various doctors that work with Pasteur, and virologists, called sentinel medicine, a medicine related to the space-time of the sick, a medicine which looks with the eyes of the future to the relation between their physical environment and their sickness, always expecting change and surprises and taking them into consideration to progress. If instead you drop human priorities in favor of linear statistics of financial profit, you are doomed to commit political crimes. Commitment to the advantage of the other, truthfulness, and anticipation is what is required. Then, what they call black swans today can be expected consequences of disastrous decisions for humanity. This is why Lyndon LaRouche, fully committed to the destiny of humanity, was able to predict the disastrous consequences of the August 15, 1971 decoupling of the dollar and gold, ushering an era of financial and moral deregulation together, which would lead, if nothing was done to change the directionality of the society, which would lead such societies to global pandemics. He wrote various warnings on this issue that other speakers will talk about, but such warnings were not taken into consideration out of financial greed, out of the failure of our societies. Then came the Washington Consensus, an agreement of the Western powers to compel not yet developed states to reimburse their debts at the expense of their infrastructure, of all their infrastructure projects in public health, education, and transportation. A debt much higher than the lent money because they're piling up of compound interests. It is through such a process that these not yet developed countries became underdeveloped, as they were called. This criminal behavior has led to the present situation and demands an immediate intervention from us in the West, together with Russia and China, to launch a top-down program of a global anti-pandemic mobilization. This is what Mauro Ferrari, president of the European Research Council of the European Union, tried to do, to enforce a scientific program to fight the virus. But he had to resign on April 8, in the middle of the pandemic, because his program was not even examined by the European authorities. We have ourselves, from the Schiller Institute, proposed our LaRouche's Apollo mission to defeat the global pandemic because heads of state pretend to be mobilized as if in a war, but are unable or unwilling to lay out strategies, propose mobilizations, or think differently. The truth is that they are prisoners of at least 4 viruses which inspire their anti-human policies or paralyze their possible intentions to fight. They are either paralyzed or anti-human. The 4 viruses, which altogether represent the viruses of empires founded upon slavery or serfdom through debt, are the financial virus, the Malthusian virus, the geopolitical virus, and the bureaucratic virus. Any form of international cooperation for the common good demands the eradication of such viruses, which in our European history have spoken different languages and accents, but who are today definitely British, the British Empire, as Helga Zepp-LaRouche explained before. The financial virus should be obvious for most of us. There are no dark forces dooming us in some dark places. We are being robbed, as the British Empire always did and does, throughout a world where the sun never sets. It is based on the management of an odious and illegitimate debt, never based on useful programs to create platforms of development, but on the endless possession of financial assets. Such a system is unable to promote the discovery of new physical principles, generating, when developed as technologies, an increase in the potential relative population density. The relation between that potential, that relative population density, and energy flux density was a fundamental discovery of Lyndon LaRouche. Today's Europe is unable to provide the means to sustain at the present level even its own population. The needs to sustain its present population, the needs to sustain its density are above the potential necessary to improve its future density. So therefore, this is how Lyndon LaRouche established scientifically that the West is, within its present way of functioning, doomed. The ECB, or the American Federal Reserve, may produce trillions of fake money, but never masks, ventilators, steel, bridges, airplanes, machine goods, machine tools in general. They are unable to issue credit for a better future because their eyes are fixed on what I would call the sterile nostrils of the past, not on the minds of those who in the past created the conditions for the future, for our future. The second virus is Malthusianism, the social expression of the financial virus. It stands on the so-called fact that the world is composed of limited resources and that production growing in an arithmetical proportion while the population increases in an exponential geometric way. And this can only lead to total depletion of resources. Like what? Right, like a virus, or as a cancerous metastasis, which is exactly what the Club of Rome had to say about us human beings. I confronted Aurelio Peccei on this issue, the president of the Club of Rome, and Helga confronted all the members of this Malthusian crowd. Therefore, humans have to reduce their consumption, they say, and their reproduction also, to adapt themselves to limited resources. Could this be true? Yes, if the world was defined as a relatively fixed whole, producing limited resources. Well, yes, this is a world of the financial oligarchy. It means an entropic universe ruled by a second law of thermodynamics, which is true in a closed environment. Socially, again, it's environment defined by the rule of the financial oligarchy. But the real universe as a whole is different. It is in continuous expansion and doesn't obey to the second law of thermodynamics, only valid in a lockdown system. The human being is in agreement with the law of development of the universe, with that law of development of the universe, being human because of his creative capacity. He elevates to the level of new resources what was waste at a relatively inferior stage of development. The very founding of science is this capacity beyond induction, deduction, and the Aristotelian principle of non-contradiction. This capacity to find solutions to existing problems, as Einstein said, with a mode of thinking of a higher form than that which has generated those existing problems. True, genuine science is anti-entropic. Europe, in that sense, has become a problem in itself. The European Union is an entropic box full of bureaucrats. It is laughable, yes, but its consequences are not. All Malthusianisms, whatever form they take, and the British Empire is a clear proof of that, lead to racism, crime, and self-destruction. The third virus is a geopolitical virus, the one-world expression of the financial and Malthusian viruses. It is a policy of the City of London and Wall Street, the British Empire, as it was said, inheritor of Venice and Amsterdam. For those present-day neoconservatives on both sides of the Atlantic, the political universe is a battlefield where enemies are doomed to fight, the winner grabbing all the power and all the money at the expense of the losers, whatever the cost of the battle in terms of deductions or deaths of human beings. So-called global Britain, in terms of the Henry Jackson Society, financial globalization, Malthusianism, and geopolitics, with always the same ideology and criminal way of behaving, even if it has today 5 eyes instead of just one and a monocle. Such a world, unable to generate more human power, inescapably leads to war to grab more of the limited resources. The last form it takes is a bureaucratic virus. It is a typical virus of the European Union, the virus of the servants, the virus of a voluntary bondage. It is an order based on a finished world, like the world of the present viruses, always submitted to an outside power and opposed by its very nature to the eclosion and development of any creative idea. Fearful and, through its fear, the servant of the other 3 viruses. Fearful, like all administrative systems. All administrative systems are like that, if not directed by a strong political will. They become addicted to that evil proclivity to bend. It is the very nature of the European Union submitted to an outside federator, as de Gaulle once said, the rule of the Anglo-American form of the British Empire, with a euro junior partner of an international dollar, not the currency of the American nation, but that of the world markets, of the men who rob the world, as accurately described by one Nicolas Jackson. Against this destructive universe, Professor Didier Raoult, of now hydroxychloroquine fame, has something very interesting to say. In an interview to the newspaper Le Monde, given at the end of March, he said the following: "I think that it is about time that doctors return to their position, together with the philosophers and the persons that share a human and religious inspiration, at the level of moral reflection, even if some prefer to call it ethics, and that we need to get rid of mathematicians which are but meteorologists in this domain. This is as valid for choices on public health measures as for the definition of international cooperation among nations. Statistics and mathematics define maybe a useful realm of created entities, of already created entities, but could never generate something new, breaking with the rules of the game for humanity, either new physical principles, discoveries of principle, or forms of better social solidarity. To pick up mathematics and administrative rules as ways to make the main decisions in times like ours is therefore a crime against creativity. The European Union and the way our states are organized as entities obeying neither to human solidarity nor to creative powers make of us the victims of the viruses that I mentioned before, the deadly viruses. That is why I'm speaking to you today, to call for a renaissance of Europe in a true concert of nations. Think about it in one moment. Let's evoke among us now Cervantes and Goya, Erasmus and Comenius, Rembrandt and Leonardo, Rabelais and Dante, Schiller and Leibniz, and so many others. First of all, Beethoven on his year, this year. We need them to inspire a true Europe, looking as far as China and America. A true Europe to be a bridge and not a dead end on the way to the graveyard. We need a new, young, more dedicated and more human leadership, who in turn needs our knowledge. Let's think above us and act together to save from the coming hunger, death, and locusts Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Somalia, Kenya, Chad, Zimbabwe. Let's be again patriots and world citizens with a renewed passion for our nations to bring the better of them to the advantage of the others, for a win-win project of civilization, a world land bridge, as it has been our policy defined by Lyndon LaRouche and Helga, a world land bridge from the Atlantic to the Sea of China eastward and to the Americas westward. People joining hands and clapping to express their solidarity with our caregivers. The caregiving of our nations are the 4 laws of Lyndon LaRouche. Many of us are going to tell later about those laws to promote and nurture human creativity against all abuses, not as a code or a formula to repeat, but as a power coming to challenge us from the realm of human thinking, from the noosphere. We owe to our people in the hospitals, to our farmers, to our industrial workers, to our aged and often abandoned fellows, to the potentially handicaps and the working poor, to our neighbors of all continents, also to our jailer vests, to make of these 4 laws the principled ways leading to our future, shaping Europe no more to be ashamed of, a Europe no more to be ashamed of. Let's find together the vaccines against our 4 viruses to accomplish great things. Let's be truly unblocked and unlocked very soon.
I want to thank Jacques Cheminade for his remarks, and particularly his reminding us that this is the 250th anniversary of the birth of Ludwig van Beethoven. The next speaker is Mr. Michele Garacci. He's an economist from Italy. He was also the former undersecretary to the Development Ministry in Rome, played a critical role in the East-West dialogue with China, a tradition that goes back in Italy to at least the 13th century. We're very happy to have him with us from Italy. Okay, are you able to hear us, sir?
I can hear very well. Thank you very much. You can hear me okay?
Yes, you're good.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very happy to be here. I will give a quick thought on some of the hot topics for the next 15 minutes, more or less. And I would like to draw from my experience that you've just mentioned as part of the Italian cabinet until recently, and also in my capacity as one of the main, in a way, enthusiasts about Italy joining the Belt and Road Initiative with China that followed my 10 years spent in China. What I've seen in my year at the Italian government is that we are really facing a deep crisis. We have a big dilemma that has halted progress in our society. And the dilemma is between competence and representativeness in the members of the cabinet. The assumption has been up to today that politicians who obviously have the consensus of the people take the role of politicians, and they make decisions based on the analysis, the input from the people who work within the ministries, the directors, and so on. Hence, this model does not require politicians to be particularly knowledgeable about a specific subject. Now, in the past, we used to have more stability in governments. So the politician actually would continue to be ministries for a number of years, during which they could, little by little, acquire some expertise in their own field. However, we have seen in the last 5 years, government changing every year and a half. Take my example, 15 months in the government. Now, that period of time is obviously not enough to allow politicians to gain relative competences and skills because of the high frequency change. So they need to rely on the directors, the employees, the civil servants. However, they face another problem, the opposite. They've been there for many years, 10 years, 15 years, no incentives, no promotion, no bonus, no rewards. They cannot go higher too much. They cannot go down. They cannot be fired. So they themselves have very little incentive to efficiency and productivity. And again, this worked well in the past because changes, external variables, were not as frequent and as intense as they are now. So if I look at how governments were run 10, 15, 20 years ago, politicians would stay there for a long time. The civil servant, with not too much impulse, at least they knew what was enough. They would pass it on to the politicians. They would have time to learn, and the system pretty much would work. Now, the speed of changes of external variables does not allow people to learn in time within the time frame of their mandate. And this creates a very serious lack of competence at both the politicians and the civil servant layer. And obviously, the political decision-making process, policymakers, they have nothing to hang on. They have no data, no analysis on which they can make the decisions. And therefore, we have entered what I call it a world of randomization of the political decision-making progress. So the question that we have asked is, should the politicians be experts? And so how do we move the line between what we are used to, that they should represent the people, no matter what their background is? They can be well-educated or not educated at all, but as long as they have votes, they should be ministers. How do we come up with a solution to this dilemma, with the fact that we need experts, and we don't have them in neither the political or the civil servant layer? And I'm talking in general. Of course, there are very good people at both layers, but in general, this is the problem that we are witnessing. Now, when you don't have enough knowledge, you base your decision on feelings, on old stories, on what you were told, but you really didn't have time to process and think through about. And so you tend to make not just decision, but also statement that have a disconnect with the reality. And now I bring the example of the growing anti-China sentiment that we have seen even in the Italian public debate, in the European and in the Western public debate. There are many reasons for that, and I do not want to elaborate because they are very well known. The one that I wanted to bring to your attention was this mismatch of knowledge and time to learn that does not allow people to learn. And this was, in a way, also one of the main goals why I pushed so much on Italy joining the MOU on the Belt and Road, because regardless of the economic benefit to join this infrastructure project, at least we succeeded at having the Italian general public discuss about China, like it had never done before. For the last 12 months, the media, politicians have brought China back at the center of their discussions. Now, 90% of what I hear is completely wrong, but we do step by step. At least we are discussing China, we're discussing the Belt and Road, we are discussing the effect of these global changes, artificial intelligence, technology development, climate change, that before, trust me, they were, yes, formally discussed, even at the government level, but really not well addressed for their intrinsic nature. So this anti-China sentiment that I see, on one hand, I am worried because I see it increasing, and everyone rides on the previous statements by other people without thinking too much. On the other hand, I want to be optimistic, and because it's based on the lack of knowledge, I do hope that when the knowledge increases and people really have the time to learn, study, and maybe take part in events such as this one today, they will reverse back in their critics and at least form an opinion based on fact and analysis. And this has been really what we have been trying to bring to the Western, Italian, European Union level discussion table. Analysis, fact, data, not just a concept based on the old stories that naturally get wrong. Now, I want to bring the example of the virus. I heard about black swan. I compare it more to a gray rhino. Gray rhino, an animal that is there, visible, but people ignore it. They either pretend not to see it or they cannot see it, but it's an event that was there. And this is what really happened in Italy. When we first knew about the Wuhan situation in mid-January, towards the end of the month, we in Italy had all the time to plan both the lockdown, the economic measures, the financial measures, how to discuss with the European Union, with the central bank, with the European Commission. We are now at the end of April, 3 months later, still discussing what to do, what measures to take, whether to use app for contact tracing or not, 3 months later. And while this was a black swan in November, in December, maybe for China, who may not have expected such an outcome, for us in Europe, it was a gray rhino. We had the luck to look into the future just by looking at what was happening in China, in Korea, but we didn't. The gray rhino sitting there, people turning their head away, not wanting to see it. Why? Because of this idea that I see ingrained in many of my colleagues, that is basically this: whatever China does is wrong. There is possibly nothing that we can learn from China. When we do benchmarking exercises, we probably should not even look at China. We should not even ask, let alone the questions. And this is really one of the most serious problems that we are facing in our society, because that is mixed with the psychological problem to say that the problem that we have in our own countries is mostly because of our own mistakes. But as in a storytelling, we need to find external reasons. We need to create a monster, which is not us, but someone else, so that we can fight it, we can blame it, we can fight it, and then we can be the hero to solve the problem. Of course, this is all imaginary, and this does not solve the situation. It may create popular support, because people would believe the story. A large majority of the people would be inclined to believe the monster hero story, and this increases consensus for politicians, increases misunderstanding in the population, and completely gives our countries what is the final strike in not making it able to actually respond to the core root of the problem. So it's almost as if we live in a disillusion novel. This is what we have seen in these few months. The thing that really makes us different, and I again compare our Western values with the Chinese values, and the thing that really makes us difficult to accept, maybe sometimes objectively, is that we live in a society where the individual, of course, counts first, where the dream is an individual dream. The American dream is an individual dream, is the dream of a person. In China, it's a collective dream. It's a dream of the society as a whole, of the country. And yes, there is, of course, an element of individual, and there are people who, of course, take advantage of it. But the general trend, that a big difference that I've noticed, is this collective versus individual dream. So we do not only find it difficult to accept learning from this model, which is very different from ours, a model that we fear could invade us in Europe, but really we have seen very little evidence of China really wanting to export the social, economic, and political model to Europe. Of course, they know it will never work. But this puts us in a crisis, because now we are asking ourselves, does free trade work or doesn't work? Does printing money work or doesn't work? Does the European Union work or doesn't work? So far, I've seen, for example, the European Union being good at solving problems created by the very existence of the European Union itself. So it's a meta solution to a problem. There is no marginal value that we have that is immediately visible, including the solving maybe the action of Mario Draghi during the Eurozone crisis. Yes, he has stopped the crisis, but the crisis was there because we had a common currency. Other countries with individual currencies did not need a European Union solution. They solved it according to their own means, and pretty much everyone did it relatively well. So the thing that really, if I may say, bugs us most in Europe is this philosophical conflict about the model, the democracy or not, the collective versus the individual, is that we are maybe starting to realize that the average Chinese person does not care very much of what we want to sell it to them in terms of model. I have seen they are, with some exception, of course, generally very, very happy. They put value in other values. They attach value to other things, not the things that we have. And this is something that we really, and this is my personal effort, while I was in the government and now while I'm back in academia, to try to tell our people that not everyone shares entirely the value, and certain values may be universal, yes, but they get cascaded down to the individual souls in different to different extents in different layers. I conclude by repeating what Helga said before. We probably need a renaissance. We need to look back at the 400, 500, 600, and it is from here that really our European society can re-emerge. This is something that I've argued for now for a number of years, and I'm very happy to hear it again today. This is both a cultural challenge, but it's also a cultural asset that we have and we must use. And it is also one of the potential response to the challenges of artificial intelligence that may wipe out many of the jobs or many of the tasks, but perhaps it would find it harder to attack this soft skill, the art and the creativity. The Belt and Road, I hope it is something that could help bring two worlds closer to each other, increasing reciprocal knowledge and understanding. And when the knowledge increases, the perception of risk decreases. And just like in financial investment, people are more willing to take steps to get closer and maybe to do more business together, more exchanges, and they would look more on the opportunity, not just the threat. I stop here and I leave it for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Geraci. We are going to go right to the questions and answers now. And I think what I just want to do, just for a moment, because given the format and given the multiplicity of the participants, just want to ask Helga if there's anything you'd like to say at this point before I begin with the questions. We do have many, but I just wanted to know if you had any reactions that you wanted to convey at this point.
No, but I would like to ask Mr. Geraci a question myself. Given the fact that you have been living in China for 10 years, I think it would be very useful for our international audience if you would just give us some of your personal experience, because my experience with the Chinese people is that they are really very benevolent. Is that the word?
Benevolent.
Benevolent. I mean, I find them almost naive in their outlook, in their openness. And, I think the Western people have a completely different mindset, and therefore they expect many times things which I find they're projecting on Chinese, or what they claim Chinese intentions are. But maybe you can give us your view on this matter, because I think if we want to get out of this crisis as a civilization, I think to develop trust and to develop a new way of getting rid of prejudices, of getting rid of wrong ideas which are based on ignorance, is one of the most important ingredients. So if you could just tell us what your findings is about your 10 years in China.
Thank you, Helga. A very interesting question. I've seen widespread people, very nice, very welcoming. I have had luck, almost like anyone who has ever lived in China for a decade, to see a transformation that for us economists, analysts, is like a dream to see under our own eyes what a country can do. And by doing this analysis, we also had the luck to meet people. So I was lucky enough to talk to, of course, the premier, the president, but also any farmer. I took the initiative to make a documentary myself in the rural area. So I really tried to learn about China, both on a geographic and a society layer, trying to cut it across. And I've seen a widespread sense of welcoming, curiosity, I have been very much welcome in all my jobs. I've traveled around. I've been helped when I was in difficulties. And this, I think, is the essence of the China and to some extent of many Asian countries. Now, the question would be, why is it, like you said, that some people may have a different perception? And I think this is due to what I call a bias sample. People, for example, in Italy have a perception of China from what they have seen since 1982, when the first people from Wenzhou moved to Italy. And of course, there was a competition in the textile industry, which has, in the eyes of some Italians, destroyed our own industry. So we feel the competition. We continue to have the rhetoric that China undervalues the renminbi. They do subsidies to the company. And so we suffer from unfair competition by China. And so this animates a people-to-people feeling. And so people transcend this concept, which is a macro level between government to people. And that, unfortunately, brings some antagonism towards individual, to the point that during this was at the end of January in Italy, we started to have a little bit of maybe racist or anti-Chinese sentiment. And I myself, I took the initiative to go around in Milan, in Rome, in the areas where most Chinese people lived, and being seen it in the restaurants, shaking hands with them to exactly give the idea that the virus does not have a passport. And if I may, I even predicted that we should be most worried not about the Chinese who would travel from Wuhan to Milan, which obviously was a concern, but mostly my worry was from people from north of Italy, from Milan, who would, Italians, travel to China and come back to Italy, because I had seen the Chinese attach a lot of importance to this virus, and I've seen the reaction to the behavior. And in a way, they were almost the safest members of the community because they knew how to do it. The Italians underestimated the risk, not because of their own fault, but because of the reason I said before. And so it was probably due to some of them that the virus arrived en masse, as we have seen in Milan and in Veneto. Also because those are two regions that trade a lot with China. So where goods travel, also people travel. Now, I think the nicety of Chinese people may also be related to the level of income. So this is a process maybe we've seen throughout societies. So poor people maybe tend to be nicer. People in the middle who have a higher perception of themselves than the reality tend to be a bit nastier. And then you need to go really higher. People who are extremely successful, who don't need to impose their own personality. So at the moment, because Chinese population is still made largely by very, very low income people, I would say that, yes, the large majority of Chinese people are very nice. And the invitation to the people who listen to us is do not extrapolate what you see in business environment, because you also have nice, not nice guys in Italy, in France, in Germany, in China, everywhere. If you do business, you are representative of a sub-segment. The population is a different thing. My invitation is go, travel, and get lost in the countryside of China to see and meet what real China is.
Yeah, okay. That's a favorite method of travel for many of us, particularly in your country, Mr. Geraci.
Please do it. We also get lost in Italy. We will welcome when things get better in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. We're going to go through our first question, which is from His Excellency Ambassador Sheikh Nyang. He is the permanent representative of the permanent mission of the Republic of Senegal to the United Nations. Here's his question. Within the new international relations paradigm that you are advocating, how do you think we can effectively reform the current global governance framework in a way that will allow the fullest participation of the global South, both in addressing political challenges more common in that part of the world and in correcting the yawning economic imbalances between the developed countries and the developing ones? And how do you envision to get around the unavoidable hurdles to arrive at such a reform? So I guess I'll go to you first, Helga, and then to Jacques, if he has his response, and then back to Mr. Geraci.
Well, I think that the combination of the crises, which is becoming, in the beginning, people played it down, it's just a common flu, or very few people knew what a pandemic is. That a pandemic is something which is a global phenomenon, and it has specific characteristics in terms of how you contain it. And given the fact that the coronavirus is really a new virus about which we don't know yet a lot, or at least not enough, there was an underestimation about what would be the dynamic unfolding. I think this is slowly changing. I think some people are getting quite worried about the incredible dimension of this. Then you have the undeniable fact that the present transatlantic financial system, for sure, but in one sense also the global system, is blowing out. I mean, the money pumping by the central banks is reaching a dimension where we are getting very close to, as it was maybe in the summer, fall 1923 in Germany, shortly before the hyperinflationary blowout of the system occurred. This can happen very, very quickly. If the central banks keep doing what they're doing now, and there is no indication that they intend to change it, we are shortly before such a point of no return. And then you have the hunger crisis. This is becoming now a big subject, that the destruction of the food, the consequences of the coronavirus on the food production, the fact that the farmers cannot sell their product to the market, the restaurants are closed. Because the restaurants are closed, there are no deliveries to the food banks. So I can only tip on the multifaceted interconnection of this crisis, which will, in my modest opinion, create such a dimension of the crisis that the solution which I was talking about in the beginning, that you need the top governments of the world to say, we take responsibility for the fate of all of humanity. And while I understand that President Putin, thinks the permanent members of the UN Security Council should be the gremium, Mr. Polyevsky was talking about the G20. I don't think that combination of governments right now is willing to do it, simply because there are some countries involved who would rather defend the interest of the City of London and Wall Street, rather than recognizing that you cannot continue on the past course. So I think that the best thing which can be done is what I said also in my remarks, that we develop an international chorus of countries, of nations, and many individuals and institutions who simply speak out and say, yes, we endorse this idea that there must be a new Bretton Woods system. You must have a credit system which will allow, for the first time, the intention of Roosevelt to be realized, namely to have the industrialization of the global South, of the developing countries. And, that must occur now. And I think I cannot see any other pathway. I cannot see, any kind of evolution. You need an emergency summit. And then, I think you cannot solve all these problems in one summit alone. There will be more summits. But I think we have to move to the idea that the common aims of mankind must be taken care of by the most important, most powerful countries as representatives of the others. And the reason why my husband suggested many years ago this combination of these four countries is not that it would be exclusive of all the others. But first of all, if you do it in the United Nations, it does not work. 200 countries or so is just too many. And, democracy has some real flaws in terms of getting to decisions, especially under emergency conditions. But these four countries are pretty representatives of the West. The United States, is a sort of first primus inter pares of the West. At least it used to have that understanding. Then naturally Russia, China, and India can be trusted to represent the interest of what used to be the non-aligned movement. Now it's a combination of the global South, the African Union, the different Latin American organizations, the BRICS, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Organization of Islamic States. All of these organizations sort of, in my view, can be trusted by the combination of these four countries if they work together. So the best which can be done under this incredible emergency, which will, I fear, get much worse in the next weeks and months, that the more countries and the more leaders speak out and say, we demand such a solution, the better. Because I think we can shape, and that's also the purpose of this conference of the Schiller Institute, I think we can shape the public demand that such a solution is be put on the agenda. So that's my answer.
All right, thank you. Jacques?
Yes, I would only add that with its limited means, Senegal has been doing quite well. They have a very good Pasteur Institute, not with French people, it's Senegalese, and they are planning to produce masks for a few cents and tests for, let's say, about $1. So there is this sense of the interest of the nation, of the country. This is extremely valuable in the context what Elga said before, which means that all these nations of Africa, they would bring something into an association to develop Africa of the United States, China, India, and other countries, including France and including Turkey, for example. Africa can bring a sense of its own interests in its scientific development and a sense also of social harmony. And this sense of social harmony in Africa, combined with a sense of social harmony of China, and what we can bring from the Western countries, including, of course, United States and France in Western Africa and other countries in Eastern Africa, this can bring a combination which Africa would be a sort of catalyzer for this change in the world. And this would demand an input of all of us to create that. And Africa would be not a country that only needs to be helped as such, but a country who would make a jump into the future exactly like China did.
All right, Mr. Garachi.
I think let's move to the next question, I think, because it's been, a lot has been said already. Thanks.
Okay, all right, very good. Now, I understand we now are about to hear from Mr. Bassam Al-Hashem. He's a professor at the Social Sciences Institute at the University of Lebanon, but I remember him from about 30 years ago, a little bit more, at some activities we were doing both in France and also here in America. I haven't heard from him for a long time. And I understand we're trying to connect him from France, I guess from Paris. And we're right now working on that. So I'm hoping he can hear me. But I understand I have to filibuster for a few seconds until we get our connections together. Let me also say to people that, again, questions at schillerinstitute.org, and we will attempt to get your questions answered by the speakers. We may not get to everything during the sessions because we're now getting overloaded with questions, which is great. There's not really an overload of questions. It's just given the time constraints, whether we'll be able to get to everyone. But please continue to send them. The conference is going on over 2 days, and we'll certainly try to get answers back to you. Again, that's questions at schillerinstitute.org. And I guess we'll just check for a moment here and see if we're about to. And I should also just say that in a few moments, after taking a few more questions and having a bit more exchange, we have a particular presentation we'll be making around what is called the LaRouche Legacy Foundation. And this involves our reprinting the works of Lyndon LaRouche, who passed away February 12th of last year. So I want to make sure that people know that, and I believe there'll be a link to encourage people to get their own copy of the first volume of what we've printed. So I think we now have our connection. Is that correct? All right, we're going to try something here and see if we're able to make this go live. All right, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
All right. He seems to be able to hear us. Okay, there you are, sir. Haven't seen you in at least 30 years.
Yeah. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Glad you're still around.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in French, actually.
All right, we know. I think we're prepared to do something about that.
I'm ready.
And you tell me whenever you want me to start.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Madame Helga Zepp-Larouche, mes amis,
Mrs. LaRouche, my friends of the Schiller Institute, dear spectators, I cordially greet you from Byblos in Lebanon, and it is precisely on Lebanon that I will focus my remarks. This is, it's a little, my country is going through a terrible economic and social crisis. This is known since we know Cheminade de Christine Bière in Paris over the years. But we are suffering in miniature the global problematic which the conference is dealing with. Among them, the crisis of an unprecedented popular uprising which started on October 17 and which to this day invincibly continues its course despite even the present lockdown. Respecting I only have 5 or 7 minutes, so I will go to the essence of the matter. I will make small points on the list. Concerning the crisis and breakdown crisis in Lebanon, there are 3 main aspects. First, there is a financial and economic collapse taking shape in with a public debt which is close to the astronomical figure of $90 billion, which corresponds to 170% of the GDP, coupled with a very heavy debt service, the equivalent of 10 to 11% of the GDP, and a budget deficit amounting in 2019 up to 16% of GDP, but also coupled with a serious deficit in the balance of payments. Secondly, the real living conditions are in continuous decline, resulting from a deterioration of the purchasing power of incomes following an endemic stagnation of wages, going hand in hand with an increase in taxes on imported products, which is close to 80% of products consumed in Lebanon. And as of summer 2019, the beginning of an amputation of the pay of public service and armed forces retirees, and also unemployment rates in the order of 30 to 33% of the workforce living in Lebanon, especially among the young people, which is pushing young Lebanese to exile. And thirdly, there's a scandalous dilapidation of the infrastructure and the services which they provide. The electricity, which is now being cut, lockouts. For the causes which are behind this crisis, I see the following. Behind this crisis, 3 causes. First, fundamentally, there's a problem of corruption in power. The main coordinates of which have not changed since the beginning of the 90s, except for some minor adjustment made since 2005.
Ces grandes coordonnées n'ont pas changé depuis cette époque, envers et contre quelques ajustements sur lesquels.
So besides small changes, corruption actually never ended. Secondly, there's a fundamentally rentier economic and financial policy in force since then, favoring indebtedness and attracting capital to be placed in treasury bills at annual interest rates reaching at one point the very worrying threshold of 40 to 45% on the treasury bonds. This resulted in an increase of the debts of the state, accumulation of private fortunes resulting from just embezzlement to the detriment of the public interest, and the subsequent ruin of agriculture and industry, from which potential investors were diverted to the advantage of purely financial banking investments. Thirdly, of course, the war in Syria and its harmful effects on the Lebanese economy, with the influx, and I'm not speaking about the last 60 years, on the Palestinians and the tragedy of all these refugees, which depend on the war in Syria and its harmful incidents on the Lebanese economy, brought a huge mass of Syrians which were fleeing the war, exerting it's about 1 million persons which were added to the 4 million population of Lebanon. This created an overwhelming pressure on the Lebanese workforce and the market of local products, and on the other hand, an unprecedented closing of the land routes irreplaceable for the transport of the Lebanese production, both industrial and agriculture, to Jordan and all the Arab Gulf countries, in particular the Iraqi market. As for the obstacles blocking the way out of the crisis, the following can be said. One, a systemic policy of the United States. These are the oppositions to a solution. Is a systematic policy of the United States with economic and financial sanctions coming to relay the gunboats of long ago in the privileged service of Israel, which strangles the country of the cedar, which is pressuring the banks. Two, pressures similarly exerted by the same superpower to force this country to modify the course of its land and sea borders. To force this country to modify the course of its land and sea borders with Israel and occupied Palestine, which has an impact on delaying Lebanon's progress on its oil and gas exploration in the Mediterranean as much as possible. Three, the United States of America also prohibits us by proxies any resumption of the dialogue with the Syrian government, which held out with the help of its friends and allies, in particular Russia, Iran, and the Lebanese Hezbollah, which hinders any solution to our economic problems, those notably linked to the transit of our goods through the Syrian territory, as to the desired return as soon as possible of the 1.5 million Syrian refugees in Lebanon because of the war at home since 2011. Fourth point, glimmers of hope for a way out, however, are on the horizon, but without outside help. There is a big US pressure also on the IMF of not giving the required credits to Lebanon to confront its crisis. What are glimmers of hope to get us out of the crisis? And I want to conclude with that. But without the foreign help, we cannot succeed in putting them into application. One, a possible recovery of public money robbed by criminals that we no longer ignore and deposit in foreign accounts, Those amount would amount to something like 160 to 200 billion dollars, which is tax money outside Lebanon. Secondly, the neutralization of regional factors by a just settlement of the Palestinian cause and the Syrian question, an essential condition for excluding regional interference from the Lebanese scene. Will it be Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and so on? And three, a restructuration of our economy as to favor, to the detriment of the rent system, the productive sectors of the physical economy, namely agriculture, industry, and technology. All of this, and this I want to conclude with that, however, nothing is likely to be possible except in the context of a refundation of relations among nations on the basis defended by the Schiller Institute and Lyndon LaRouche on the basis of a win-win equation and a new, more balanced financial and economic order, referring at the end of the dangerous hegemonism of the U.S. practices to the extreme and giving in its place to all nations, large and small, a voice in the management of world affairs. So, is it not to reflect on such an alternative that we here are today united? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hashem. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were in Lebanon as opposed to France. I misspoke. Good to hear from you, and hope you'll be able to continue to participate with us throughout the conference. I'm going to go down to our next question, which is from Mauricio Ortiz, the Chief Ambassador of Costa Rica to Canada. Here's his question. In the 1940s, Costa Rica decided to create a health system with universal coverage to abolish the army and invest in education and healthcare. Later in the 1970s, we created 1,041 rural primary healthcare posts. We also protect approximately 30% of our biodiversity, and 2 years ago launched a program to decarbonize our economy. Up to now, we have 675 cases of COVID-19 and 6 deaths, one of the lowest mortality rates in Latin America. Our desire is to exchange experiences with other countries. Will the Schiller Institute encourage the United Nations, the multilateral banks, and other organizations to support the governments of undeveloped countries to invest in preventive rural health and health systems for universal coverage? How can this be accomplished with a world system which currently focuses more on trade and profit than on social issues? And Helga, I'm going to ask that you take that up.
Yeah, I mean, we have called since about 6 weeks or 4 weeks for a World Health System. The reason why we did that is it's pretty obvious. You know, this is one of the most fundamental human rights you can imagine, and the pandemic underlines exactly, you know, the absolute shortage of. I mean, Costa Rica may be in a relatively better situation, but I think, you know, almost all developing countries are very, very far from what is needed. So given the fact that the pandemic, unfortunately, it was clear that it would become worse and worse. So I asked for a World Health System with the idea that, you know, as the pandemic is getting worse, the demand that such a World Health System, which would put up functioning health systems in every country on the Hill-Burton standard, or the Hill-Burton Act of the United States in the post-war period, or the French or German system, which used to be quite good until the privatization started, that every country has the right to that kind of a standard. And the pandemic makes it sort of clear because, you know, even if in the beginning some countries may have thought, well, they only have to take care of themselves, the fact that it's a pandemic, which means that it's global, that it's expanding to the south, that it will come back in a second wave and possibly even in the third wave. If you look at the Spanish flu from 1918-19, it came back in the second and the third wave, which were even much worse than the first wave. So with that idea in mind, the understanding that we cannot continue as we have done in the past will become a growing self-evident truth. And that the idea that everybody has the right for a functioning health system is a protection for everybody. It's not just for the affected country, but we are sitting in one boat, because if we don't provide that to the developing countries, then it will come back and kill more and destroy more of our economy, and it will get just worse and worse. So the idea of now putting a world health system with the idea of a decent health system in every country on the table, in a certain sense, sooner or later requires how should this be financed? And then you come to the question of the casino economy will never do it, because the reason why we are in the mess is because they have been going for profit maximization for the last decades. So that brings the question then of the urgent need to have a credit system, a new Bretton Woods system. So I would actually ask everybody who is watching to, simply take up this demand, that the idea that every single country must be provided first with a crash program to fight the virus, but then you need infrastructure, because even if you can take the Corps of Engineers and set up hospitals in the middle of the desert, well, you may be able to maintain that for a few days or whatever. But then the question comes, how do you can build up the infrastructure? So in a certain sense, the answer to your question is that we have to have global development totally. This is why the program which the Schiller Institute published after Xi Jinping announced the new Silk Road in 2013, we were very happy, because we said this is what we have been fighting for since the 70s. So we actualized all the programs we were working on, the Total Development Plan for Africa, for Latin America, for Asia, the 50-year development plan for the Pacific Basin, the Oasis Plan for the Middle East, the Eurasian Land Bridge, which we already called the New Silk Road in the 90s. And we actualized all of these programs in this new study called The New Silk Road Becomes the World Land Bridge. Now, this book was greeted very much in China. It was translated into Chinese. The Chongyang Financial Institute sent copies to all the major universities and think tanks. It was translated into Arabic. It exists now in German and in French. A second volume was produced, an extension of it, the extension of the Silk Road to West Asia and Africa. So if you take all of these studies together, they are an absolute blueprint for a global development plan. And I think we have reached a point where either we get the so-called Western countries, that is the United States and the European nations, to cooperate with the new Silk Road in the development of Southwest Asia, Africa, Latin America, Central and South America. And that has to be a cooperative effort. And we have to overcome geopolitics. I know that for many people that sounds like a utopian conception, but I'm absolutely certain that the dimension of the crisis will become so absolutely clear between the financial blowout, the destruction of the physical economy, the pandemic, as it was mentioned earlier by one of the other speakers, potential social unrest, the refugee crisis, that the idea that you need to put on the table a solution which addresses all of these problems in cooperation will become a more and more convincing idea, and it's the only winning idea. So rather than focusing only on a side aspect, I think we have to really move with the idea that the only solution is this concept of a world land bridge to overcome underdevelopment forever. And, development does not mean more quantities. Some of the greedies of the West, they always think when you say development that you mean more of the same. But we are not talking about more of the same. For example, I mentioned earlier, that the representatives of the developing countries should all be immediately integrated in the training of this research in the life sciences. Any breakthrough must be distributed immediately to everybody. Developing countries should do the leapfrogging by immediately training some of their young people to be on the top of the avant-garde sciences, so that the overcoming of the underdevelopment will occur in leaps and big steps, and not just, repeating all the steps made by the industrialized nations. I think we are at a point where we either reach a completely new era of mankind. And I have said in the past, this change must be as big as that between the Middle Ages and modern times, separated by the Italian Renaissance. The change to the future has to be even bigger. We need to put mankind first. It's okay to be a patriot of your country. It's absolutely wonderful and the good thing. But the interest of a nation should never again be ahead of the interest of all of humanity. And I think if this crisis teaches us anything, then it is exactly that approach, that we have to be united by the common aims of mankind first, and then we can settle all the regional or the national questions after that. So I think we have to really fight for this big transformation into a new era of civilization, the World Land Bridge being the absolute way to go, the new Bretton Woods being the absolute precondition, and starting with the World Health System. I think we can cause an avalanche of demand in this direction until it is accomplished.
Thank you, Helga. Let me just ask if either of the other two have any response. Mr. Geraci, you have your hand up. You have something to say?
No, I just comment on what Helga said. I think the emphasis, yes, on humanity is important. The question then remains for countries like Italy and even mine, who were in a so-called bit nationalist government, is that the belief is that you can help others only if you are first stable on your own feet. A little bit like on planes, where you first put your own mask, you stabilize yourself, and then you're able to help others. So I think we all agree that the goal should be humanity. I think the question would be then, what's the path? What are the first building blocks to reach that goal that I think we all agree with?
Okay, thank you. Jacques, you have anything, or should we?
Yes, we have absolutely to change our way of thinking. If you look at the preceding way of thinking of these last, let's say, 40 or 50 years, since August 15, 1971, but already before, said how much money we have. And there is never enough money to do things useful for mankind. We don't have the money. So that was always the answer. So how vicious it is proven now, because when there was this collapse of the financial markets, then they issued money, but not for mankind. They issued money to save their own interests and their own financial markets. So we have absolutely to shift our way of thinking, and thinking in terms of what's necessary for mankind. Then it's because of that we produce this LaRouche's Apollo mission to defeat the global pandemic. We start from what is needed globally, and then we established how we would lead credit and the financial means to accomplish this. So it reverses completely the way of thinking, to add to what Helga said.
All right, thank you. Now we have a special presentation. I just received the copy of this. I don't know if everybody can see it online, but Lyndon LaRouche collected works, and this is put out by the LaRouche Legacy Foundation. And I think, Helga, you may have something to say about this, and we have a video, I understand, that we can also show.
Yeah, let me quickly say this is, well, first of all, we have created the LaRouche Legacy Foundation, which has the aim to preserve the work of my husband and make it available to the whole world. We want to put out his collected works. And, you know, that's a big job. I mean, anybody who knows Lynn or has known him, he has written on a good day 80 to 100 pages print ready, you know, with all the footnotes, with all the, you know, things which normally the editorial does. And I have not counted it yet, but if this collected work series becomes into the 50s, 60s, even 100 books, I would not be surprised. Then we have all the videos, we have the the letters, the memorandums, the internal, you know, communications to important people around the world in governments and so forth. So this is a gigantic job, which I think, in terms of, you know, the historical significance of Lyndon LaRouche, is absolutely crucial. I think it is almost, I don't want to call it a tragedy, but I want to call it an unbelievable coincidence that approximately 1 year after he died, on the 12th of February last year, you have the absolute fulfillment of all the things he said, you know, many, many times in speeches, in conference addresses. And, you know, I mean, if you now look the breakdown of the whole system, he has said it many times in many ways with many predicates. And I know that many people were say, yeah, that's LaRouche, he exaggerates, it will never come to that. But now we are here. If you read what Lynn said in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s, you will be surprised. And, you know, this first volume is, you know, just some of the most important economic works. All you wish to know about economics, the science of Christian economics, the next 50 years of the planet, of Earth, and some other writings. So I would really urge you to get a copy of this book and, you know, make it your joy to acquire every single book as it comes out, which the Legacy Foundation wants to do at least 2 per year, maybe quicker. I want to contribute so that we can speed up this work. I mean, make it your own question to preserve the legacy of Lyndon LaRouche. So I made a video last year to somehow give you some of the reflections of why I think this is important. So maybe we can listen to the video now and then I make some concluding remarks. Hello to all of you. Many of you have participated in the outstanding memorial for my husband, Lyndon LaRouche, or you have viewed the video in the meantime. And then you got a taste of what a beautiful mind my husband really had and how important the ideas are for the world today. As a matter of fact, you know, I would put him on the same level of thinkers, those thinkers who maybe only have one per century and who change through their intellectual contribution the entire body of knowledge of their time and lay the foundation for future generations to come. So I put him on the same level like Plato, Nicolaus of Cues, Kepler, Leibniz, Einstein, because he contributed to all of the works of these great thinkers something unique, the LaRouche method of thinking. And I'm absolutely convinced that if we would publish right now his collected works, which is a gigantic task because he was one of the most prolific writers of his time, it would have the same effect like the introduction of Plato to the Italian Renaissance. Now, let me explain to you what I mean by that. The Italian Renaissance was prepared by many factors, by the work of Dante, Petrarca, many sculptors and great painters. But what really caused the spark to really make the Renaissance what it became was the introduction of Plato and the thinking of Nicolaus of Cues. Nicolaus of Cues belonged to a circle of humanist thinkers who believed that you had to go back to the original documents of all times, of all events and handwritings. So in this capacity, he was sent by the Pope to find out if the filioque question was in the early documents of the early councils of the church. Now, the filioque was the question which had separated the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. It was the question, does the Logos emanate only from the Father, which was the belief in the Orthodox Church, or does it also emanate from the Son, filioque? Now, Nicolaus went to Byzantium, and he did find all the handwritings of the early councils of the church, which did contain the filioque. Now, this was a complete breakthrough, because that meant that he could convince the fathers of the Orthodox Church to come to the councils of Ferrara and Florence. So in 1437-38, he came with a whole delegation of about 700 people, the Emperor of Byzantine, the Patriarch, and many scholars. He traveled from Greece to these councils. And already on the way, because he talked to people like Georgis Gemistos Plethon, who was the 83-year-old advisor of the emperor, and he was the top scholar of Plato in Greece. He actually wanted to introduce, Plato to have a renaissance in Greece. And he was, refuting Aristotle. He thought that Aristotle had absolutely misrepresented Plato's ideas, or he was not capable of understanding them. He said Aristotle is completely incompatible with Christianity. So the dialogue between Nicolaus and all of these scholars meant that Nicolaus had a breakthrough already on that trip. He came to develop a method of thinking where he was very self-conscious about, and he said, I'm now saying something which no human being has ever thought before. And that was the principle of the coincidentia oppositorum. This is the idea that the one has a higher value and a higher magnitude than the many, and that the human mind can always overcome contradictions by developing a level of reason on a higher plane, which gives you a way to solve problems which were not solvable on the lower plane. And that idea indeed was a complete breakthrough of thinking, because Aristotle had said, well, you cannot have something being true and being the opposite of something not being true. And all these thinkers, including Nicolaus, said this is a completely low level of thinking, because you remain on the plane of contradictions, while Nicolaus then in the Apologia Docte Ignorantia, which was his rebuttal of a scholastic professor from Heidelberg, Johannes Wenck, he said, Aristotle is really, very low level of thinking, like the ratio of an animal, but no better. While the method Plato developed, and which I now developed further, is like the creative thinking being self-conscious about itself. It's like standing on a high tower, and from that vision point, you can see the searcher, that which is being searched, and the process of searching. And that gives you a completely different approach. Now, this delegation arrived in Ferrara, and there were many lectures hosted by Cesarini, whom Cusanus had devoted his Docta Ignorantia to. And all these scholars then listened to Plethon and Bessarion, who was the Archbishop of Nicaea. And they were introduced for the first time to the entire works of Plato, which in the rest of Europe, other than Greece, had been completely lost after the fall of ancient Greece after the Peloponnesian War. There were a few copies in some monasteries, but nobody could read Greek. And when Petrarca tried to learn Greek, he couldn't find anybody who would teach him. So he never was able to access this. But he knew that this guy Plato had to be extremely important because Augustinus, in his writings, referred to it. So these lectures sparked an incredible intellectual ferment. And fortunately, among the listeners was somebody from a very wealthy family, namely Cosimo de' Medici, and he financed a crash program of the translation of the works of Plato. So the combination of Cusanus' writings and the emergence of the entire works of Plato laid the foundation for the paradigm shift which separated the Middle Ages from the modern times. The Middle Ages being characterized by scholasticism, Aristotelianism, belief in witchcraft, superstition, and then the new ideas, the new paradigm, a new image of man emerged, and a completely new conception that there was the possibility of infinite perfectibility of each human being, that science and technology could study the laws of the universe, and that this would be the basis for the improvement of the living standard, an increased population. So it was a complete revolution, and it laid the foundation for everything good coming out of European history for the following 600 years to come. Now, I'm absolutely convinced that the publication of the collected works of Lynn and LaRouche would have a similar, maybe even more powerful effect today. Because what do you have today? You have in the West a complete cultural crisis. You have a collapse of moral values. You have the sciences dominated by utilitarianism and the idea of profit. Many scientists are just bread scholars. They work for their salary, but they are not trying to find truth. This is a known phenomena among all the faculties around the world. If you get enough money, you publish whatever you are told to publish. Now, the cultural collapse of the West is obvious to everybody. The drug epidemics, the terrible youth culture, the ugliness in the so-called arts, and many more such phenomena. So I'm absolutely convinced that if we would publish now as quickly as possible the collected works of Lynn, it would spark an incredible excitement, because the ferment already exists. Because while the West is in a dark age, that is not the case for all of the world, because the new Silk Road, sponsored and originated by China, that spirit, the spirit of the new Silk Road, has already caught on in about 126 countries which have joined the Belt and Road Initiative, and who have the idea that there will be, a completely new time where poverty and underdevelopment can be overcome. Now, I participated just 3 weeks ago in the Asian Dialogue of Civilizations, which was an extraordinary event in Beijing. 47 nations participated, and they were all very proud of the Asian ancient civilizations going back many thousands of years, 5,000 and more. And they were conscious of the fact that many of these civilizations were cradles of all of humanity. Now, they think that the Asian century is coming, or has actually started, and that the West is in a condition of decay. Now, I think what the Asians are doing is great. It's a great inspiration, but I also think we cannot leave Europe, the United States, collapse, but that we need to have an approach where all countries and all continents prosper at the same time. And I'm absolutely convinced that this can be only done that all countries are joining the new paradigm, that we develop Africa together with the Africans, that we will overcome underdevelopment in Latin America, in Asia, and all the pockets of underdevelopment in the United States and Europe, but that we need a dialogue of cultures, bringing back the best traditions of all classical cultures, but that especially the most advanced thinking ever thought, which was the thinking of Lyndon LaRouche, will really spark a similar fundamental renaissance in the sciences and the arts, and the whole discussion of the image of man, what happened in the Italian Renaissance happening for the future of humanity. So if you think that, that is a worthwhile idea, then I would ask you, be generous and help us to make that work. You can help in many ways, and contact us and we will find a task for you to be part of this exciting project. But also think that we need your financial support to do that. But, do it in the spirit that it is upon us now to shape the new epoch of civilization, which hopefully will be the age where, human beings will relate to each other like human beings, and that the future of mankind will be like the relation between Wilhelm von Humboldt and Schiller, Einstein and Planck, and that nations will relate to each other in a completely new spirit, something which Nicolaus of Cues called the Spiritorum Universorum, the new Silk Road spirit, and that, the works of my beloved husband are the crucial spark which will make that possible.
So Helga, you have some final remarks?
Yeah, we would like to send out copies of that book to many libraries internationally. So obviously we do need support to do that. But I think if we would, have these books available for students, for curricula, I'm absolutely certain that, the specific method which my husband developed, we will hear more about it in the next few hours from now, tomorrow. But, I think that the specific LaRouche method of thinking is the most advanced thinking which mankind has produced so far. Now, you may say this, she says, because she loved her husband, but it's more than that. It is that also, but I'm absolutely certain that, the contribution which Lyndon LaRouche has made is of absolute importance to the solution of the world problems like now. And, that's why I just want you to buy the book, to think how you can help, and, think about spreading the ideas of my husband, because I think that is, that is first of all, you will be completely shocked to see what he said, how early. As you heard with the two videos which Dennis played at the beginning, many of what he said is as actual as if he would have said it this minute. And that unique power to anticipate and to make a correct prognosis and then come up with a solution, that is something which must be studied by many, many people around the world. So that is what I want you to know.
And I understand if you refresh the Schiller Institute conference page, you'll be able to see a link for the Lyndon LaRouche Legacy Foundation to support the publication of the book. And we just want to make, I'll make one comment of my own. We were known, as Ramsey Clark said, Ramsey Clark being the attorney for Lyndon LaRouche at the point that LaRouche was unjustly incarcerated. He talked about the idea that the LaRouche people were the book people. He's referring to the story of Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, which talks about all the time when human knowledge was being persecuted. And what happened was that a group of people who refused to allow civilization to die became books. They were the living embodiment of various works. That's what we are. And that's what Lynn was. He was the living embodiment of over 2,500 years of Western civilization and much more besides. So we again say, if you refresh the Schiller Institute conference page, you'll be able to see the link, and you go there and purchase it. We would not just appreciate it, but you'll appreciate it. I understand that we have someone from here in New Jersey, Daniel Burke, who is a independent candidate for U.S. Senate, actually, among other things, and he's been doing some work of a very specific nature with respect to the today's proceedings. So, Daniel, if you're there, go right ahead. I see you.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much, Dennis. So my name is Daniel Burke. As Dennis said, I'm a LaRouche independent candidate for U.S. Senate in New Jersey. I'm 33 years old. My wife and I, we have a 2-year-old daughter. I've been a member of the LaRouche movement for about 8 years. And my message is for the students and youth participating in this conference and people who are thinking about them. 4 weeks ago, Helga joined a video conference of 70 people from 12 different countries on 5 continents. These were primarily students and youth. She appealed to them to build an international youth movement. And since then, we've held a series of classes, readings, and video conferences among youth in different languages, drawing them into this event. So join us in building that youth movement to inspire the tens and hundreds of thousands of students and youth we need to get the governments of the world to adopt our approach. The LaRouche movement is not here merely to loosen the grip of popular beliefs. The nations need a new organizing principle. They need a new scientific hypothesis of what mankind is and will be. And it has to be agapic, loving in the divine sense. Is it true that we are insignificant specks of dust in a cold, amoral universe? Or a cancer on Mother Nature deserving of all the punishment we receive? If you reject those ideas, as you should, then what are we, in fact? The power that lies at the essence that is intrinsic to all human individuals is willful creativity, an ability shared by no animal species to increase our power in and over the universe by uncovering its laws which are imperceptible to the mere senses. But it's very difficult, one thinks, to consider your personal decisions within such a profound scheme. It's not easy to take seriously the dreams that all people share at some point in their early lives of ending poverty, war, famine, and disease. It seems as though everyone has abandoned those dreams. Who am I to say I know better? However, consider which is healthier for your soul. Should you accept instead the condescending voice of cynicism that says, no one person can make a difference, let the infinite scroll soothe your rumpled ego? Or should you accept those who say, I can fix all the problems of humanity, just eliminate human beings? No, I'm asking you to join the LaRouche movement. Take the devil by the nose, attack the corrupt and stupid axioms that allow the City of London and Wall Street fascists to gain control, and prove to yourself the true nature of mankind. We're asking you to join us in ensuring that there's a growing force of students, workers, scientists, teachers, farmers, doctors, nurses, poets, artists, demanding a new paradigm and the actions needed to make it happen, beginning with Mr. LaRouche's 4 economic laws. Then, in 50 years, when I would be 83 and my daughter 52, we will have seen the greatest growth in human culture, science, and economy ever known in history. And we can consider that our own contributions may have been absolutely necessary for it to happen. In 2 weeks, on May 9th, we will hold the 2nd International Youth Video Conference. Help us to organize it. Work with us to mobilize the greatest number of people. and to meaningful action for this new paradigm. You can sign up for the youth video conference at the link on the screen, which I encourage you to do immediately. And if you yourself are not a youth, please share this with the youth that you know and help us to reach out to them and introduce this solution concept for humanity amidst the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Let me just say that we're coming up a bit on time. We have about 18 minutes or so left, and I'm going to be combining a few questions here, and I'll direct into the panel. I'll ask that we have perhaps one individual and then ask the other two if they'd like to respond. And I want to take the first question from Her Excellency, Mrs. Fatima Bradley Maite, the ambassador of the Republic of Mali to Canada. She asked this question: COVID-19 has an effect in particular on the most vulnerable in society, be it those in Africa, in Europe, in America, or anywhere else in the world. And most of these people have a poor education. They have little access to health care and are often jobless. The result is a higher rate of mortality. So in fact, COVID-19 exposes all that should have been done, but was not, for all these people. Every state should now re-examine how to better intervene in all the social fields, even if it means to nationalize some services which had gone to the private sector. Unfortunately, Africa is little discussed when considering the actions that should be taken in the post-COVID world. The only Western voice with the courage to propose a structural solution for the African countries was that of President Emmanuel Macron, when he proposed the cancellation of the African countries' debt in order to allow these countries to fight the COVID-19 while tackling in depth the structural problems. Unfortunately, his call has not been heeded. This opportunity for political dialogue on the post-COVID era and the change of paradigm which the Schiller Institute offers on what should be our new way of acting must take care of this question and support President Macron's proposal and open the ways and the means necessary for that. And she asked for a comment. Let me take the liberty to combine that with something that also came from an African diplomatic mission in Ottawa. A very short question I think can be done as a corollary to this. And that was said, we have noted the recommendation for a summit between the huge powers, that is, the United States, China, Russia, and India. In your view, which of these countries do you think will better push for the interests of African countries, especially on economic matters? So I think what I'm going to do is slightly revise what I said. I want to start and ask Jacques to answer first, and then I'm sure the other two of you will have something to say, and then we'll go from there.
Well, Macron sometimes says words that may be useful. He called for this cancellation of the African debt, for all the debt, not only the debt of the poorest countries. And he also issued a declaration with Tunisia supporting Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of the United Nations, world ceasefire. This is good, but there are things in themselves. What you need is a higher standpoint. And this higher standpoint would mean the programs of development needed by Africa and with whom, and how France could work with other nations to create this combination that is needed for the development of Africa, this international cooperation. This is not done. And if you look at what's not done in France for the elder people in the retirement or the nursing homes, what was not done for the Yellow Vests, what was not done inside the nation, this cannot be something separated from what's done from African countries. You need an overall policy supported from inside France for this absolute commitment for mankind. So this is not yet there. We are doing our best to create the spirit for that. But it's a very difficult situation because there are all type of influence, including around Macron, like around Trump. There are not good people around both of them, going in a very different direction. And also, there are provocateurs in the whole country, as you see in the United States. We have the same in France. People calling for May 4th for a day against the lockdown and go to the streets, be free, be happy. So you have all that, what's also happening in the United States, and it's used to disrupt our countries. The only way that our countries could escape this offensive of disruption is to have a real commitment of what everything that was told today. So at this point, for example, the French media never covered LaRouche except once or twice to slander him, and seldom covered me. They only covered me during the presidential elections, and after it's finished, full silence against our ideas. So that for me would be the Rosetta Stone of what is done or not done, and we should judge from that standpoint.
Okay, just wanted to see, Helga, do you have anything you want to say about that, or should we continue?
Well, just very briefly, I think that there are a lot of good proposals by Guterres and others. For example, I think the end of sanctions is absolutely a requirement. Then naturally the ceasefire is also very important. The debt moratorium, the Jubilee, all of these things are absolutely crucial. But I think what is lacking, as Jacques was just indicating, is how to remedy, even if you eliminate all the debt, where do you get the new money from? And for that, you need a credit system. I think that we will publish in the aftermath of this conference probably a selection of articles by my husband on the new Bretton Woods system, because I think this idea that a credit system would be beneficial for everybody. It's not that okay, maybe the Fortune 500, they would not be as privileged, or they would not be the winners of this, but everybody else, the middle level industry of the advanced sectors, the countries of Africa. I mean, we published the first comprehensive book about African development in 1976, which started with a integrated infrastructure program for the whole continent. It has ports, highways, fast train systems, industrial parks, industrialization of agriculture. We have large projects like the Transaqua project to bring water back to Lake Chad. I mean, there is a absolute clarity what needed to be done to immediately start to industrialize the African countries, naturally with their participation and their say-so what should be done and what should not be done. But I think it's not the question that there is not a clarity of where to start. Many countries in Africa are now committed to have a middle-class, middle-level income country in the near future, and that is absolutely achievable. And I think that that is what needs to be put on the table, but it can only be done with a new Bretton Woods system.
Italy. I'd like to ask, since Mr. Garaci is an economist, what he has to say. If he has any
That's this discussion on debt cancellation. I actually believed, just to be clear, I think it was a proposal by Macron or maybe by Bruno Le Maire, who probably asked only for a debt delay repayment, not cancellation. And so I think, like Jacques said before, sometimes these are announcements that they have very little relation with the reality. But I would like to answer to Excellency from Mali, and this is a problem that we also have in Italy. We worry a lot on the where to get the money from, how to finance it, who should give it to us, but very little attention is being paid on what to do with the money. So I think we need to have the other side of the equation very well developed, because this has been the problem in the past, including Italy, that we have 135% debt to GDP, going to 160 very soon, because we really don't have an industrial plan we don't really have a plan to support the economy during this crisis. So my, if I may advise to all the listeners and the ambassadors and policymakers who are listening is draft in details an investment industrial plan. So because when the plan is stands on its feet, the money comes. Finance tends to be a little bit more forgiving, and it reaches where the good ideas are. So I want to balance the focus. This is my takeaway from today. Let's not just focus on where to get the money from, but really each country, county, city, region should have a very well developed and integrated plan on what to do with it. I'm talking here as a former investment banker myself. As much as we may not like finance, individual investors' money flows to where there are good investment opportunities. Now, of course, some of these projects are not there to make money, they're social projects, but nevertheless, the plan needs to be equally detailed, even if there is no financial return, just to maximize the money.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have a lot of other questions we're not going to be able to get to. And there is one presentation in particular I just want to call attention to, and we're going to show a couple of minutes of it. It was recorded for this was by Butch Valdez from our LaRouche movement in the Philippines. We are going to have this available both online, and we'll try to show the full presentation in our final panel tomorrow. But I'm just going to show a few moments of it here because I want to make sure that people know about it and know what he had to say. And then we're going to return for a final question, which will be to Helga and be concluding at that point.
Greetings from the Philippine LaRouche Society. Thank you for allowing us to share our insights as to how we find ourselves playing a significant role in the global peace effort. For most of us, observant with both international and local affairs, the past decade has been most foreboding, causing heightened apprehension due to increased tensions among the superpowers. The overthrow of the 2012 Ukraine leadership by, admittedly, the CIA, and the subsequent encirclement of Russia and China by Obama's Asian pivot were major steps being taken by the Western allies, asserting military dominance over those who dare to defy them. At about the same period, the destruction of Syria, care of the manufactured ISIS and mercenary terrorists used in the overthrow of Libya's Gaddafi, was in full operation, intending to take out President Assad to replace him with a puppet government. But they did not expect President Putin of Russia and President Xi Jinping of China to collaborate in deterring effectively the British and Obama move to fast-track the world into a war. And just to move quickly forward, neither did they expect a leader of a client state or a better description is a compliant state to be thrust into the presidency of our republic by an overwhelming majority. Duterte made no promises except to fight terrorism and do battle with the drug syndicates. Even if his vocabulary needed some refining, his admirers readily tolerated the expletives because he epitomized the anger long suppressed by the alliance of falsely elected government officials and the oligarchic corporations, causing desperate conditions of life. Yet nothing has so unified the country more than the incident where shortly after his election, even before his inauguration, Obama gives him a call to remind him of the obligations that the previous corrupt government had made with him regarding the Visiting Forces Agreement and the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Act, virtually establishing the Philippines as the most proximate U.S. military base facing China, and consequently, its nearest target in case of a nuclear confrontation between the two powers. What seemed to get Duterte more incensed, aside from the condescending tone of Obama, was the threat that unless our president submits to these dictates, he will withdraw a $700 million assistance earmarked by the USA for the Philippines. Duterte retorted by saying he can keep his money and go to hell. We are no longer your colony. I believe many Filipinos got enamored to the newly elected leader. After this, until this day, 4 years into a 6-year term, he still enjoys an 87% popularity and approval rating.
So if you want to hear more of that exciting presentation, you can get it at our site. And as I said, we'll try to get the entirety played tomorrow at our concluding panel. This is a final question that we're going to take for today for this panel to Helga, and this is from Ambassador Samson S. Itigbogye, the charge d'affaires of the permanent mission of Nigeria to the United Nations. And here's the question. Her Excellency, Ms. Helga Zepp LaRouche, talks about the need to establish a new world health system and for the United States, China, Russia, and India to be the frontliners in that regard. This is an ideal, but the ideal must be put on the same wavelength with reality to determine the practicality of this ideal. The reality today is what she referred to as casino economy or neoliberal systems of the West. In her view, the neoliberal system of the West has inherent flaws, hence its unpreparedness to deal with COVID-19. My question is, in the face of the upsurge in nationalism, how can the world achieve the new world health system that you are clamoring for?
I thank you for that question because I want you to remember what was in the video, which was played by Dennis in the beginning, Mr. LaRouche talking about the US presidency, that it's the president, not the Congress, that it's not the cabinet, but it is the president of the United States, which represents the entire country. Now, I mean, obviously, we also have designed this Schiller Institute conference with an eye on that particular perspective, because I think the problem of this world, the problems of this world can only be solved on the level of the leaders. And I think President Trump is, he has all the trouble he has, starting with Russiagate, with the efforts to impeach him. All of this comes from the same circles like they are now behind the anti-China campaign. MI5, MI6. Why do they hate him? And why does the House of Lords say they will do everything to prevent the second term of President Trump? Because he has responded to some of the aspirations of the American people. They have voted him. He has started to have a good relationship with Xi Jinping. He wants to have a good relationship with Russia. He has relatively no problems with Prime Minister Modi. And I think that given the fact that you have such an incredible crisis, the casino economy or the Wall Street forces, the City of London, are not all powerful. They can be overruled. And I think if you ask yourself, where should it come from, if not from the top leaders from the most important governments? And if you look what President Trump said in his speech to the United Nations General Assembly, I think 2 years ago, or 1.5 years ago, he said that every nation has the right to take its nation first, America first, but also Philippines first, Mali first, Germany first, France first. That must not be a contradiction, because the very design of the new Silk Road is based on the principle that there should be an absolute respect for the sovereignty of the other country. There should be the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs, respect for the different social system. So if you take what I said earlier, that you put mankind first, there is absolutely room for an alliance of perfectly sovereign nations. And it happens to be that that is already in the American foreign policy tradition, because that was the approach John Quincy Adams took, who had exactly that idea. Also, that it was not the purpose of the United States to go outside and chase foreign monsters, but that the idea was to build such an alliance of republics. And I think that that is what we need to do. I mean, the EU is useless. It does not represent the interest of its members, and it keeps doing things which further the dissolution and disarray. So is that a problem for Europe? I don't think so, because if we go back to the idea of Charles de Gaulle, of a Europe of the fatherlands, Charles de Gaulle also said, the French people are not cows who eat grass, but the French people should have a mission. Everybody should have a mission. And if that mission of every country is in the direction of the one humanity, you can solve this problem and you can overcome these contradictions. And, in a certain sense, it does require the method of thinking of Lin, of LaRouche, but also of Cusanus, Nicolaus of Cues, the coincidence of opposites. Because there can be absolutely the interest of every nation, presented by patriots without that they become chauvinists. You can have the interest of the patriots of the different nations relating to each other and furthering their interest in a win-win cooperation, where everybody works for themselves, but at the same time, the interest of the other. That was the principle of the Peace of Westphalia, because the Peace of Westphalia, which was the beginning of international law, resulted from the fact that if people would have continued the 150 year of religious war, of which the 30-year war was only the final concluding part, there was almost nobody left to enjoy the victory. So then for 4 years, people were sitting down and they worked out principles which started with the interest of the other. And, that is really the principle which we have to have. We have to have a world global development, the world land bridge, the Silk Road extending to all continents, including the rebuilding of the United States. I mean, anybody who has been recently in the United States, you can see that the infrastructure is in a terrible condition. You need to build new cities. You need a modern transport system. You need to have a transport system in Latin America, in Africa. So what we are really talking about is a global world system of building infrastructure, starting with the health system, but extending into all other areas of infrastructure. And then basically, once you have established such a common economic interest, which will be in the interest of every country, because, even the United States would gain a lot more by participating in all of these projects than they have to try, with the present policies of, the military-industrial complex. They think that they have to preserve raw materials and so forth. But that is not the source of wealth. Read LaRouche and you will find out why this is the case. Once you have established the common economic interest, you can build a common security architecture. NATO is obsolete. I mean, NATO should have been dissolved at the end of the Soviet Union. And, now we need an economic basis for a new security infrastructure which serves the security interest of every single nation on this planet. And it can be done. So I think that is the kind of change we have to think about, the strategic defense of the earth, the idea that we are unprotected against the danger of comets, of meteors, of asteroids. I mean, that should be a common aim. The early warning against volcanoes, volcano eruption, against tsunamis, the common defense against viruses, other diseases. You know, all of these things are so pressing that I think that if we put our efforts all together, I think we can change the agenda. And in a certain sense, it's not an option. It is the absolute necessity to get out of this crisis. So that is why I'm optimistic, because sometimes when there is not enough reason you can appeal to, then the policy of the burning shirt may help to get people's asses out of their chairs.
All right. So I want to thank everybody for participating today. I think that was a heartfelt sentiment that was expressed there a moment ago, with which we all agree. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank His Excellency, Mr. Dmitry Polyansky, First Deputy Permanent Representative of the Permanent Mission of the Russian Federation, and His Excellency Ambassador Huang Peng, Consul General of the People's Republic of China in New York, Councilor Xu Guolin, Head of the Science and Technology Section of the Consulate. I want to thank, of course, Jacques Cheminade, who we just saw, Chairman, Solidarity and Progress, Professor Michele Michelacci from Italy, and from very important in the Memorandum of Understanding, very important in our understanding today, very much of how Americans should think about the people of China as opposed to simply the Chinese as a kind of abstraction. And of course, Helga Zepp-LaRouche. And I want to thank all of you for being with us. We are going to be continuing our conference. This is actually the first panel of the conference. Panel 2 actually starts in just under an hour. It's called For a Better Understanding of How Our Universe Functions. I finally want to also say this is the first volume of Lyndon LaRouche's collected works. You can purchase this volume online. If you go to the conference page, you'll see a link for that. I want to welcome all of you to your first experience with Lyndon LaRouche, if this is your first. But I also want to encourage everyone to get everyone else that you know is thinking about how our civilization has to be rebuilt to tune into the rest of this conference. And you can, of course, do that. As I said, it will be beginning in just under an hour. So thank you, and we'll see you in a little while.
Thank you all for tuning in. This is Carlos, aka CJ, signing out. And please go to LaRouche Pack. And then also, if you want to watch part 2 of the conference, go over to the SchillerInstitute.com. You'll easily find the link there to watch the conference for the second discussion. So everyone have a great weekend and take care.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. If you're under the age